The exchange of ideas between the Occident and the Orient. A case study in cultural diffusion. Contemporary China. A reference digest. November 3, 1941. Volume 1. Number 12. Pages 1 to 4. This paper does not purport to discuss any particular idea or ideas exchanged between the Occident and the Orient during these several centuries of contact. I propose to consider all such exchange of ideas as particular incidents and details in the great drama of cultural diffusion. I propose to treat all exchange of ideas between the East and the West as a case study of cultural diffusion, that is, as historical data illustrative of certain general laws of diffusion, or at least as significant sociological, ethnographical, or historical facts out of which some such general laws of cultural diffusion may be formulated. For the sake of convenience of discussion, this paper is divided into 3 main parts, each part dealing with one group of related facts of cultural exchange which seem capable of being explained by what may be termed a general principle, or law, of cultural diffusion. These principles are: I. The principle of relativity or gradation in cultural diffusion. 2. The principle of freedom as a determining factor in cultural transmission. 3. The principle of the recipient people as the ultimate core of cultural transformation. 1. The principle of relativity in cultural diffusion or borrowing explains the vast majority of the facts of diffusion and resistance. Every borrowing is the result of choice based on a felt need or desire for the new cultural form. Because there is always a gradation of need, varying from a strong yin to a strong aversion, for the various elements in an alien culture, cultural borrowing is never truly wholesale, but always graded and relative. Every choice represents a selection from 1,000 or 1,000,000 things open to commerce and borrowing. This principle of relative, selective, and graded borrowing can be amply illustrated by hundreds of instances drawn from the history of the cultural exchange between the East and the West. This principle is true of the story of silk, of porcelain, and of hundreds of Chinese things such as the camellia, the gardenia, the wisteria, the ginkgo tree, the soya bean, and the tumwil. In every case a real need was felt for a Chinese product for which no substitute was found. In such a case, neither distance nor prejudice can prevent its introduction and adoption. Similar selective processes of diffusion can be cited of Occidental objects adopted in the Orient. The European traders and Jesuit missionaries of the 16th and 17th centuries brought to China many elements of the European civilization. The story of the vicissitudes of these elements of European culture in China best serves to illustrate the selective and graded process of diffusion. These cultural elements can be grouped in at least 4 grades. First, there were those things which were lacking in China, and the use of which was readily recognized, such as the Indian corn and quinine. There were no native counterparts for these, so they were soon accepted without opposition. Secondly, there were European mechanical implements, which were easily recognized as superior to their native counterparts. Such were the mechanical clock, the various kinds of lens, the harquebus or arquebus, and the cannon. Thirdly, the European visitors also brought to China the new scientific knowledge of the Europe of the 16th century. China was then in the midst of a great controversy over the reform of the calendar, which had become quite inaccurate. So the Jesuit astronomers offered their services to assist the Chinese government in calendar form. There were then several schools of native astronomers fighting for ascendancy. the government ordered the European and Chinese astronomers to make their own calculations and predictions of solar and lunar eclipses so that their relative accuracy and merit might be tested by their respective results. For 15 years, from 1629 to 1643, a keen and spectacular contest in astronomical exactness went on, and was watched by the scholarly world with great interest. All the tests resulted in the absolute superiority of the new astronomy of Europe, and the new calendar, as revised by the Jesuit scientists, was promulgated by the Chinese government in 1643 as the official calendar, and has remained in force for 270 years. But there was a fourth group of cultural elements which the Europeans brought into China, and which it was the primary objective of the Jesuit missionaries to propagate in the Orient, namely, the Christian religion with its dogma, ritual, and moral teaching. In this field, however, the Christian missionaries achieved only small and impermanent success. In such phases of cultural life, wherein the emotional attachment to traditional beliefs and practices is strong, and wherein the task of the demonstration of the superiority of the new cultural form is difficult, in all such cases, there is usually great opposition and resistance to the invading culture. These various gradations in the reception of the Western culture in China were also true of the first period of contact of Japan with the European trader and the Jesuit missionary, and equally true of the more extensive and more intimate contacts between the East and the West during the recent decades. All degrees of success or failure in the diffusion of the various elements of a culture are measured by the gradation in the need felt, and in the recognized capability of those cultural objects in satisfying the need. In short, cultural diffusion represents a form of natural selection, which results in the widest diffusion of the fittest in the sense of best satisfying a need or want in the recipient people. 2. The principle of relative and graded diffusion, however, can only operate when there is freedom of contact with new ideas and practices, and freedom for the people to make the choice in accordance with their need or desire for the new culture. Whenever peoples are free to learn, to know, and to choose, there is the natural phenomenon of selective cultural diffusion. But wherever a people is denied this freedom of contact and choice, wherever a government or a class or a religious order has the power to decide for the people what to take and what not to take from a foreign civilization, then natural cultural diffusion becomes impossible, or at least exceedingly difficult. Cultural change can be retarded or stopped by authoritarian prohibition, by artificial protection of a whole culture or parts of it from free contact with dangerous, alien cultural influences. This is what is meant by the principle of freedom as a determining factor in cultural transmission and transformation. Freedom of thought and expression, of belief and worship, and of contact with the thought currents and institutions of the wider world. These freedoms are particularly necessary to the transmission of those more fundamental aspects of cultural life, such as social, political, and religious ideas and institutions, which require long contact and free expression and propagation before they can be fully appreciated and widely desired by the people. In the history of cultural contact and exchange between the East and the West, there are certain important phenomena which have often puzzled the outside observer, and which, I suggest, cannot be satisfactorily explained except by the principle of freedom as a determining factor in cultural transformation. One group of such facts concerns the strange spectacle of an unchanging Japan after 70 years of apparently most rapid westernization. Another group of facts concerns the equally strange spectacle of China being rapidly modernized and feeling quite at home in the modern world after many decades of apparent failure in modernization. Professor G. C. Allen of the University of Liverpool said, "If the changes in some of the aspects of her, Japan's, life have been far-reaching, the persistence of the traditional in other aspects is equally remarkable. The contrasts between these innovations and the solid core of ancient habit are as striking as ever they were." The late Professor Emil Lederer and Emmy Lederer Seidler, in their joint work on Japan in Transition, have dwelt on the most strange phenomenon in Japan, namely, her immunity to the dialectic play of deep-lying evolutionary forces, her being devoid of dialectic and dynamic. There is really no mystery in this unchanging Japan. There is no truth in the theory of the Lederers, for example, that the Japanese civilization has been able to resist change because it has its peculiar vitality and has attained the completed perfection of its forms. The true explanation seems to be that this unchanging Japan was the result of deliberate solidification of the more fundamental aspects of her medieval civilization in order to protect them from the perils of westernization. This process of conscious protection dates back to the early days of her modernization. The Japanese leaders thought, just as Lafcadio Hearn thought, that they could build up a Western war machine which should be made to serve as a protective wall behind which all the traditional values of Tokugawa Japan should be preserved unaltered. The result has been an effective protection and solidification of many fundamental institutions of medieval Japan: the throne, the Shinto religion, the military caste, the worship of force and conquest, the family, the position of women, against the dangerous contact and influence of the new ideas and practices of the ever-changing world. It is this deliberate protection of the traditional values that has made them immune to the dialectic play of deep-lying evolutionary forces. The same view also explains the history of modernization in China. While Japan's first successes in westernization were achieved under the leadership and control of her feudal militaristic class, China has had to spend decades on the effort to remove the monarchy and bring about a political revolution as the precondition for her modernization. The political revolution was in every sense a social and cultural emancipation. In a country where there is no ruling class, the overthrow of the monarchy destroys the last possibility of a centralized control in social change and cultural transformation. It makes possible an atmosphere of free contact, free judgment and criticism, free appreciation, free advocacy, and voluntary acceptance. What has been called the Chinese Renaissance is the natural product of this atmosphere of freedom. All the important phases of cultural change in China have been the result of this free contact and free diffusion of new ideas and practices, which are impossible in Japan under rigid dynastic and militaristic taboos. The moral of these two great puzzles in the history of cultural contact between the East and the West is that deliberate authoritarian cultural protectionism can effectively retard or stop the working of the natural selective processes of cultural diffusion, and that open door and free trade in cultural commerce and exchange is the necessary condition for the gradual breakdown of the natural inertia of an old civilization and for the appreciation and assimilation of the new. 3. The real crux in all phenomena of cultural diffusion ultimately rests with the recipient people whose past and present attainments, beliefs, and habits constitute the indigenous cultural background against which an incoming new culture has to operate, and whose peculiar emotional, intellectual, and behavioristic reactions to the new culture determine the degree of success or failure in the diffusional process. It is the recipient people, with all its ethnic, ethnographic, and historical makeup, that constitutes the ultimate core of all cultural change. This ultimate core is indestructible. It borrows, chooses, and receives freely from all foreign cultural influences, motifs, patterns, and complexes, and at times it may even appear to have been overwhelmed by a powerful foreign civilization and submerged completely in it. But it always comes up again and regains or reasserts its own characteristic identity. The recipient people colors, transfigures, and transforms the assimilated culture just as much as it is colored, transfigured, and transformed by it. The adopted culture never succeeds in completely blotting out this ultimate ethnic and ethnographic core unless the people itself is physically destroyed by war or by other cruel forces of nature. This is what is meant by the principle of the recipient people as the ultimate indestructible core of cultural transformation. The spread of Christianity in Europe did not destroy or obliterate the ethnic and cultural identity of the converted peoples, but on the contrary, it resulted in the development and flowering of many new and distinctive types of Christianity and Christian civilization, varying from the Coptic, the Greek, the Roman, and the Slavic to the Germanic, the Anglo-Saxon, and the Scandinavian. The same is true of the spread of Buddhism from India to Eastern and Southeastern Asia by land and by sea. Each of these Asiatic peoples interpreted and received the new religion according to its own cultural capacity, and read into it its own peculiar cultural contributions, and thereby created its own pattern of Buddhism. The history of the spread of the Occidental culture among the non-European peoples furnishes us with instructive illustrations of the important role of the recipient nation in the reception and transformation of the new culture. The martial and militaristic aspect of the Western culture, for example, which includes the love for physical combat, the worship of the warrior and the prize fighter, the gigantic scale of military organizations, as well as the superior and always up-to-date weapons of war. This phase of the European civilization was early recognized, feared, and coveted by all the non-European races. Yet neither the Hindu, nor the Burmese, nor the Thai, nor the Chinese, nor the Korean has been capable of adopting and assimilating it. Of all the non-European peoples with which it has come into contact, the Japanese are the only people who has readily taken up this militaristic phase and successfully mastered it in all its ramifications. Japan had been ruled by a military feudal oligarchy for many centuries, and was at the height of this militant feudalism when the Western civilization knocked at her gates. It was this militant feudal caste of daimyo and samurai, and the militant fashion and spirit of the feudal age which made it easy for Japan to take over and assimilate with the militaristic phase of the European civilization and, in the brief space of several decades, to become one of the greatest military and naval powers of the world. All the other Asiatic races were ethnically and culturally disqualified or ill-prepared for this important but difficult task of militarization. On the other hand, it was also no mere accident that China was the first Asiatic nation to overthrow the monarchy and develop a democratic political philosophy and democratic political life of its own. For over 21 centuries, there has been going on in China a steady process of democratization of the social structure through the early breakdown of feudalism and abolition of primogeniture, through the equal division of inherited property among the sons, through 20 centuries of experience in the selection of men for public office by means of open and competitive examinations, and through the age-long philosophical and educational tradition which teaches in its sacred scriptures that, with education there is no class, and that rebellion against tyrannical government is justifiable. It is this cultural background in the recipient people which has made it easy for the Chinese to appreciate and accept the democratic phase of the Western civilization. In short, the principle of the recipient people as the ultimate base or core of all cultural change should set us more at ease in regard to the fear that, with freedom of contact and choice, a people may be completely swept off its national cultural foundation and may lose its national identity and become a mere convert to an alien civilization. The cultural history of mankind has shown conclusively that the ethnic and historical core of the recipient race or nation is so deep-rooted that it cannot be destroyed by those new cultural elements which it lacks and desires, and which it is capable of assimilating. What is taken, what use is made of what is taken, what will come out of what is taken, all this depends upon the sum total of the ethnic and cultural core, the recipient people of the new culture. The recipient people is the measure of all things, and in the long run the best judge of all things. No government, no ruling class, no leadership is wise enough or far-sighted enough to do the choosing for the people and to artificially protect any part of its indigenous culture from the wholesome contact and even friction with new ideas and institutions of a larger world. Such cultural protectionism from above does not result in selective assimilation, as it claims to achieve. It only results in short-sighted reactionism and authoritarian suppression. But, given the necessary freedom of contact, of comparison, of criticism and advocacy, of acceptance and rejection, the outcome will be a truly selective assimilation, the only kind of selective cultural assimilation that is desirable and lasting. India, Our Great Teacher. Asia Magazine. September, 1942. Volume 42. Number 5. Pages 323 to 324. This day is celebrated throughout China to commemorate not only the new friendship between India and China, but also our long and unique historical relationship extending over a period of fully 2,000 years. It is a well-known historical fact that India conquered and dominated China culturally for 20 centuries, without ever having to send a single soldier across her borders. This cultural conquest was never imposed by India on her neighbors. It was all the result of voluntary searching, voluntary learning, voluntary pilgrimage, and voluntary acceptance on the part of China. The real explanation was that the great religion of Buddhism satisfied a need keenly felt by the Chinese people of the time. Ancient China had a simple religion, so simple that it had no conception of heaven as a paradise for the good people, nor of a hell as a place of last judgment. But India gave to China not only one heaven, but 33 heavens, not only one hell, but 18 hells, each increasing in severity of punishment for the evildoers. Ancient China had only a simple conception of retribution for good and evil, but India gave us the conception of karma, the idea of absolute causation running through past, present, and future existences. China, the leader of civilization of Eastern Asia, bowed to the religious prophets of India and accepted their teachings as words of wisdom from the Western heaven. And with the religion of Buddhism, there came into China all its paraphernalia, the philosophy, literature, art, architecture, and music of India, every single item of which has had profound influence and far-reaching effects on the cultural life of China and other Asiatic countries. For more than 1,000 years, from the 1st century AD down to the 11th century, Chinese pilgrims continued to travel by land and by sea to India to seek its scriptures in their original texts and to study under the living masters of the faith. Some of these pilgrims spent decades in India and brought back thousands of manuscripts, which they devoted their lives to translating and interpreting to their fellow countrymen. Buddhist teachers and missionaries who came to China throughout the ages were always honored and eagerly listened to. Many of the Buddhistic and Indian ideas and concepts, such as karma and transmigration of the soul, have become so intimate a part of Chinese thought and belief that the average man never realizes they are of foreign origin. So thorough and so complete was this cultural conquest of China by India that it took China 10 centuries to gradually come out of it and to achieve some measure of cultural independence and intellectual renaissance. China has never been able fully to repay this cultural indebtedness. China could only indirectly repay this debt by helping to spread this Indian culture to her Asiatic neighbors, and by preserving in translation India's vast store of religious, philosophical, and historical literature, the originals of which have mostly been lost in India herself. India, our great teacher, was then not in a mood to receive much from China. The cultural relationship was almost entirely one-sided, with China learning and taking almost everything from India without even paying tuition fee for it. Even papermaking and printing, two of China's greatest contributions to civilization, failed to interest the people of India. Only silk and tea seem to have made their way to the Indian homes. What India has taken from China is exceedingly meager in comparison with what China has received from her. My people, therefore, enthusiastically welcome India as an old teacher, an old friend, and a new comrade in arms. May this new comradeship lead us into another long period of new cultural relationship in which we may march hand in hand in receiving from and contributing to the new civilization, which shall be neither Eastern nor Western, but truly universal. India and China should work together, fight together, and rebuild our cultural life together, for, in the words of Tennyson, "We are ancients of the earth, and in the morning of the times." The Natural Law in the Chinese Tradition. Edward F. Barrett, edition, Natural Law Institute Proceedings. 1. The subject for our present inquiry is, did China in her long history develop any moral or juridical concept or concepts which may be compared with what has been known as natural law, or the law of nature, in the European, and particularly the Anglo-Saxon juristic and constitutional tradition? I consider this as a very difficult assignment to be undertaken by one who knows little about law in general and natural law in particular. I have to ask myself these two preliminary questions. First, what is natural law? What do I understand to be the essential attributes of natural law? And secondly, what shall be the method of our comparative study of the conception of natural law in the Eastern and Western countries? Can I draw some historical lesson from the evolution of the concept of natural law in the West, and then test it by applying it to the study of any counterpart concept in the East? Without an opportunity to consult my distinguished colleagues of the Natural Law Institute, I venture to suggest, for my own guidance at least, that the conception of natural law as it has been developed in Europe and in the Anglo-Saxon world seems to imply these four meanings. What was the historical lesson I have learned from the story of the evolution of the conception of natural law in the Western world? I have studied all the published lectures of the Institute, and I am particularly interested in the papers by Dean Manion, Professor Ernst Levy, Mr. Richard O'Sullivan, and Professor Edward S. Corwin. The moral I read in the three historical papers by Manion, O'Sullivan, and Corwin seems to be this: that the greatest and most important role which the concept of natural law has played in history has been the role of a supreme fundamental law which, in the words of Professor Corwin, may be appealed to by human beings against injustices sanctioned by human authority. This historical role is most explicit in the development of the common law tradition and of the constitutional law in the Anglo-Saxon world. Speaking of the great constitutional principle of Henry de Bracton, "The king is under God and the law," Mr. O'Sullivan says. With this principle, which is implicit in Magna Carta, Sir Edward Coke will meet the claim of the first Stuart king to rule by divine right. With these words, the president of a scarcely constitutional tribunal will condemn a second Stuart king to death. With these words, another Stuart king will be admonished in the hour of the Restoration. And speaking of Coke's dictum of common right and reason, Professor Corwin says, just as Coke had forged his celebrated dictum as a possible weapon for the struggle which he already foresaw against the divine right claims of James I, so its definitive reception in this country, the colonies in America, was motivated by the rising agitation against the mother country. As Professor Ernst Levy points out in his paper on Natural Law in the Roman Period, the great moments of the natural law occur only when mankind in general or some country in particular faces a cataclysm threatening to destroy or distort the fundamental liberties, and responsible men, confronted with the complete inadequacy of their usual resources, turn and appeal to that higher law which holds out the promise of ensuring their basic individual rights against the encroachments of tyrannical powers. In short, the most significant historical role of the concepts of natural law and natural rights has been that of a fighting weapon in man's struggle against the tyranny of unlimited power and authority. I believe it may be a useful and fruitful procedure in my present comparative study to try to test and verify the validity or universality of this historical lesson or thesis. I shall not, therefore, be contented by merely seeking to establish that a certain Chinese idea seems to possess some of the meanings of the Western concepts of natural law. I shall try to find out whether it could be understood in its historical context, whether it has served as the rational criterion or ground for judging and criticizing the laws and government or social institutions of its time, and whether it has been set up as an ideal and appealed to as the supreme authority in the nation's fight against the injustices of human laws and institutions sanctioned by the unlimited powers of political authority. 2. All social and political thinking usually begins as a criticism of existing government, laws and institutions which have become unsatisfactory, harmful, or oppressive. In passing adverse judgment on time-honored institutions sanctioned by the political authority of the state, and in proposing new and possibly radical theories or measures of reform, it has always been necessary for critics and reformers to appeal to some authority higher and more trustworthy than the highest political or ecclesiastical authority of the time. This is true at least of the long history of Chinese social and political thought, in which the student can discern a number of superficially different but essentially similar patterns in an endeavor to appeal to a higher law or a higher authority. In the Chinese tradition, this appeal to a higher authority has taken these main forms. Sometimes it takes the form of appealing to the authority of an imagined and quite freely idealized antiquity, the golden age of the ancient sage rulers. Sometimes it takes the form of appealing to the will of God, Tianchihortianai, as the highest norm or law. Sometimes the appeal is made to the way, Tao, of heaven or nature, which is the law of nature. Sometimes, especially under the long centuries of the vast unified empire, the appeal is made to the authority of the canon, Qing, meaning the invariable, immutable way, of the sacred scriptures of Confucianism as the highest authority on all matters of moral and political justice. And sometimes the appeal is made to reason or law or universal reason or natural law, Li, or Tao Li, or Yin Li, as it is intuitively evident in the moral conscience of men, what may be termed in the words of Koch, the common right and reason of man. All these bear some essential resemblance to the historical appeals in the Western world to natural law and natural right. Even the first of these patterns, namely, the idealization of remote antiquity as the Golden Age, is not so strange or so unreasonable when one recalls the numerous utopias designed by the social and political thinkers of the West, and especially when one recalls that the doctrine of natural rights was originally conceived as rights of men in the state of nature, before they entered into the social compact or social contract. The Chinese thinkers, notably the Confucianists, who read their ideal social and political order into the remote reigns of sage rulers, were merely inventing their utopias and populating them with supposedly historical personages, such as Yao, Shan and Yu, whom traditional chronology placed in the 3rd millennium BC. When Confucius said, "If there was any ruler who did nothing, Wu Wei, yet governed well, was it not Shan? For what in effect did Shan do? Religiously self-disciplined, he sat reverently on the throne, and that was all." He was eulogizing the political ideal of non-interference or laissez-faire, which, as we shall soon see, had been taught by his teacher Lao Tzu, and making it more real by projecting it into the ancient reign of Shun, of whom we know as little as of the state of nature of Locke or of Rousseau. And when Mencius and the other political philosophers of ancient China vividly and sometimes dramatically described how the great sage ruler Yao handed down the throne and the empire, not to his own son, but to Shan, the wisest man of the age and the choice of the people, and how Shan, in his turn, handed down the throne and the empire, again not to his own son, but to the great Yu who had controlled the great flood and was the choice of the people, they were not deliberately fabricating history, but were merely using their utopian ideals to voice their own criticism of the evils of the hereditary monarchy, and were covertly advocating a new and radical system of selection of the worthiest men to be rulers. After this brief explanation of what may seem to have been a peculiarly Chinese appeal to the authority of the utopian antiquity, I propose to take up in greater detail 4 concepts in Chinese thought which in my humble opinion have played a historical role not unlike that of the natural law concepts of the Western world. They are: 1. The concept of the way Tao of heaven or nature as taught by Lao Tzu. 2. The concept of the will of God Tianqi as taught by Mot. 3. The concept of the sacred canon Qing as developed in medieval China. 4. The concept of reason or law Li or universal reason or law, Li, natural law in the sense of common right and reason, as developed in relatively modern times. 3. The first Chinese concept to be studied is that of Tiandao as it was taught by Lao Tzu. Tao means the road, the way, the law of action or movement. Tinis God or heaven or nature. Tao Tiantao may be translated the way of heaven, the way of nature, or the law of nature. Lao Tzu, the senior contemporary and teacher of Confucius, lived in the 6th century BC. His age was one of frequent wars among the many rival states. A few great powers were rising and developing a number of centers of population, commerce, and civilization. Taxation was heavy, labor and service were conscripted, and government was mostly autocratic and oppressive. Here is what Lao Tzu himself said about the conditions of his own time. There are more and more restrictions and prohibitions, but the people are becoming poorer. The people are using more cunning implements, but the states are in worse troubles. More and more laws and ordinances are being promulgated, but there are more thieves and robbers than ever. The people starve because those above them eat too much tax grain. The people are difficult to keep in order because those above them interfere. The people are risking death to commit crime because they want very much to live. The people are not frightened of death. What then is the use of trying to intimidate them with death penalty? Against this age of war, disorder, and restrictions, Lao Tzu postulated the concept of the way Tao, or the way of heaven, as the fundamental principle of individual conduct, political action, and civilization in general. The words were old words, but he had given them an entirely new meaning. The way, says Lao Tzu, does nothing, Wu Wei, and yet there is nothing that remains undone. The way of heaven strives not, but it is sure to conquer. It speaks not, but it is sure to respond. It beckons not, but things will come to it of themselves. The net of heaven is vast, very vast. It is wide-meshed, but it loses nothing. This basic conception of the way of heaven as non-action, as do nothing, was applied to many aspects of life and activity. In ethics, it developed the doctrine of non-striving, of non-resisting, of water as the example of the highest virtue, because water benefits all things and resists none, a doctrine not unlike the Christian doctrine of non-resistance to evil. In his opposition to the artificiality and over-refinement of civilization, Lao Tzu anticipated Rousseau and Tolstoy by more than 23 centuries. This concept was fully developed as a theory of government by non-interference and non-assertion, by laissez-faire. Says Lao Tzu, I do nothing, and the people will be transformed of themselves. I love quietude, and the people will of themselves go straight. I do not interfere, and the people will of themselves become prosperous. The best kind of government is one whose existence is not noticed by the people, which is a more forceful way of saying that the government is best which governs least. So, 2,500 years ago, Lao Tzu was preaching in ancient China a political philosophy, or non-interference and non-assertion, based on his conception of the way, or the law of nature, a philosophy which bears striking resemblance to the laissez-faire philosophy of 18th century Europe and America, and to the natural law philosophy of Herbert Spencer and William Graham Sumner late in the 19th century. Behind it all there was a deep distrust of the blundering clumsiness in human interference, as contrasted to what was idealized as the unerring efficacy of the way of heaven or the law of nature. Thus says Lao Tzu, There is always the great executioner who does the executing. Now to attempt to do the great executioner's executing for him is like offering oneself to do the master carpenter's chipping for him. He who offers to do the master carpenter's chipping for him rarely escapes the fate of cutting his hand. This appeal to the concept of the way of heaven as non-action, which yet achieves everything, must have sounded timely and convincing 25 centuries ago. Confucius more than once referred favorably to the idea of wu wei, do nothing, in his conversations with his students. In the course of the next 3 centuries, the concept of wu wei as the way or the law of nature was accepted by most of the political and juridical thinkers. In the 3rd century BC, when the wave of military conquest and authoritarian control by the militant state of Qin was threatening to sweep over all the states in the East, those philosophers and intellectuals taking shelter on the southeastern coast of Qi, modern eastern Shantung, made a desperate effort to develop the philosophy of non-action in all its possible implications. It was probably this group of refugee intellectuals that had tried to invent the legendary person of Huang Ti, the Yellow Emperor, and make him father of a large number of Taoistic work of all kinds. That is why the Taoist school of the philosophy of wu wei was also known as the school of Huang Ti and Lao Tzu. Out of the refugee philosophers on the eastern coast came the philosopher Kai Kung, who in the early years of the Han Empire succeeded in converting the great General Tsao Tsen to the political thinking of the Wei school. Tsao Tsen tried it in his administration of the eastern coastal area of Qi and found it eminently successful. When Tsao was called in 193 BC to become the prime minister of the Han Empire, he was able to put this philosophy into practice on a national scale. Historians tell us that the deliberate experimentation with the political philosophy of non-interference by Tsao Tsen and later by the wise emperor Wen Ti, 179 to 157 BC, and his wife, the Empress Tu, in power from 179 to 135 BC, brought prosperity to the people and wealth to the national treasury, and succeeded in giving the nation a chance to recuperate from the long years of war and revolution, and to learn to appreciate the real benefits of a vast unified empire with no tariff walls, with no standing army, and with little interference from the authorities of the government. 4. The conception of the way of heaven or nature as taught by Lao Tzu and accepted by Confucius was too naturalistic and too radical to please the vast majority of the people who were followers of the traditional Sinitic religion, which in its broadest terms comprised the worship of ancestors, of spirits and gods, a belief in retribution of good and evil, and a vague notion of a supreme being still known as Heaven Tien, but undoubtedly regarded as all-knowing and all-powerful, and as the highest of all the gods. The learned professional masters of religious rites and rituals, generically known as the Jew, of which profession both Lao Tzu and Confucius were the most outstanding leaders, while still busily practicing their traditional profession and presiding or assisting at funerals, burials, and sacrifices, had already been intellectually breaking away from many of the fundamental beliefs of the popular religion. When asked by a student how to serve the gods and the spirits, Confucius answered, "We have not yet learned how to serve men. How can we serve the gods?" The same inquirer went on to ask about death. Confucius said, "We know not what life is. How can we know what death is?" And on a different occasion, he told the same questioning disciple, "Shall I tell you what knowledge is? To say you know what you do know, and to say you do not know what you do not know, that is knowledge. From this agnostic position, it was probably an easy step to a frank denial of the existence of the spirits and the gods. And it was recorded that at least some followers of Confucius in the 5th century BC openly declared that there were no gods and spirits. It was in that age of rising naturalism and skepticism that there arose a great religious leader to champion the cause of the religion of the people, and to preach a greatly revitalized theistic religion. This leader was Mot, who lived from about 500 BC to about 420 BC. He severely criticized the Jew for their atheism, for their expensive and extravagant but insincere ritualism in mourning, burial, and sacrifices, and for their naturalism as expressed in their fatalistic determinism. Against all this, Mo taught a vital and vigorous religion of an all-loving God, a religion which preached love for all men without distinction, and which condemned all wars. Mot declared that the will of God, T&Chi, should be the criterion of all judgment of right and wrong, the standard of all measures, the highest norm and law. He said, "The will of God is to me what the compasses and the carpenter's square are to the artisan. The artisan measures all circles by his compasses, which are the standard form of the circle. And he measures all squares by the carpenter's square, which is the standard form of the square. Now I have the will of God, I shall use it to measure and judge the laws, penalties, and governments of the kings, princes, and grand officers of all states in the world, and I shall use it to measure and judge the words and acts of all the people. Whatever is in accordance with the will of God is right, whatever is opposed to it is wrong." Now, what is the will of God? Mot repeatedly said, "The will of God is to love all the people in the world without distinction, and to benefit all the people in the world without distinction." How do I know that the will of God is to love all people without distinction? Because God fathers all people without distinction, and feeds all people without distinction. To show the moral vigor and the logical consistency of Mot, who was undoubtedly the greatest religious leader that China has ever had, I cite here a part of the first of his 3 chapters on condemnation of war. Killing one man constitutes one crime punishable by death. Applying this principle, the killing of 10 men makes the crime 10 times greater and 10 times as punishable. And the killing of 100 men increases the crime 100-fold and makes it 100 times as punishable. All these are condemned by the gentlemen of the world as wrong. But when these gentlemen come to judge the greatest of all wrongs, the invasion of one state by another, which is 100,000 times more criminal than the killing of one man, they no longer condemn it. On the contrary, they praise it and pronounce it to be right. Indeed, they know not that it is wrong. Here is a man who sees a few black objects and calls them black, but who, after seeing many black things, calls them white. We must say that this man does not know the distinction between black and white. Here are the gentlemen of the world who condemn a small wrong but praise the greatest of wrongs, the attack of one country on another, and call it right. Can we say that they know the distinction between right and wrong? This strong opposition to war was not merely preached in words, but actually undertaken by Mot and his followers as a course of practical conduct and policy. They would travel far to persuade states to abandon wars, and would sometimes volunteer to help weak states to defend themselves against attack. The religion of Mo or Moism, the only Chinese religion that bore the name of its founder, the religion which followed the will of God, condemned all wars, and practiced the love for all men without distinction, had a great following for more than 2 centuries. That it seems to have died out toward the end of the 3rd century BC. One of the main causes of its decline and final disappearance was that its doctrine of universal love and anti-militarism was incompatible with the age, which was an age of great wars and conquests, resulting ultimately in the military unification of China by the state of Qin in 221 BC. But the spirit of the Imo religion, notably its theism, and its inspiring doctrine of love for all men without distinction, Qianai, as the will of God, as the highest law, seems to have lived on and become no mean part of the content of the state religion of Confucianism of the Han Empire. v. Another Chinese concept I propose to take up is that of the supreme authority of the canon, Qing, or canonical scripture of Confucianism. The underlying idea was to establish a body of sacred scripture that could be revered and appealed to as the basic law of the land, with supreme authority above the absolute monarch and his laws and government. China became a unified empire in 221 BC. The first empire which brought about the unification by military conquest lasted only 15 years, 221 to 206 BC. Its authoritarian regime, which burned books and prohibited private teaching, was overthrown by a revolution. The Second Empire, the Han Empire, lasted over 400 years, 200 BC to 220 AD. The political thinkers of the age, especially of the 2nd century BC, were faced with a dual problem: the consolidation of the government of the empire to ensure peace and stability, and, at the same time, the safeguarding of the nation against the dangers of the unlimited power of the hereditary monarchy in a vast unified empire within which there was no longer any asylum for rebels and political refugees. Between heaven and earth, there is no escape from the tie of the subject to the ruler. The difficult problem was how to check the powers of the unlimited monarchy. It was like begging the tiger to give you his skin. But the Chinese philosophers wanted to make an earnest try at it. It must be admitted that the Chinese statesmen-philosophers had a fair measure of success in the attempt to establish the Qing, the canon of the state religion of Confucianism, as a source of moral and legal authority higher than the highest political authority in the land. The canon originally consisted of 5 major works. 1. The Book of Changes. 2. The Book of Songs. 3. The Book of History. 4. The Book of Ili, a collection of 17 books of ancient ceremonies. 5. The CHNC Chayu Annals, chronological record of events from 722 to 481 BC, supposedly written by Confucius himself. Each of these formed the subject of specialized study by a doctor or professor in the National University, which began to have 50 students in 124 BC and grew to 10,000 students in the early years of the Christian era, and to 30,000 students in the 2nd century AD. A number of minor works of the canon, such as the Analects of Confucius, the Book of Mencius, and the Siu Qing, the canon of filial piety, because of their linguistic simplicity, were required to be read as primary texts in the learning of the classical literature. The term Qing means the constant, the invariable standard, the immutable law. A classical scholar of the 5th century AD said, "The times may change, dynasties may come and go, and metal and rock may decay and perish, but the canon, Qing, will always remain as the unchanging rule, and as the immutable law for 100 generations to come. The authority of the Confucianist canon was gradually established not only because these books were read and studied by the thousands in the university and at the private schools, but also because it was strongly supported by the theology and philosophy of the state religion of Confucianism. One of the most important founders of this religion was the philosopher Tung Chung-shu, 200-123 BC, who built up a strange but powerful theology of heavenly warnings on the basis of the Chen Chiu Annals. Among the recorded events in that chronological work, there were numerous entries of floods, great fires, famine, pestilence, eclipses of the sun, and other disastrous and unusual occurrences. These were interpreted as meaningful records of warnings from heaven to the rulers on earth. Such heavenly warnings were of two categories: the catastrophes, psi, and the anomalies, I. A famine or a great fire is a catastrophe, but an eclipse of the sun is an anomaly, which is a more serious warning than a catastrophe. Tung Chung-shu sums up the central idea of this theology in one sentence: the action of man, when it reaches the highest level of good and evil, that is, when it becomes governmental action affecting the welfare of vast numbers of men, will flow into the universal course of heaven and earth and cause reciprocal reverberations in their manifestations. Tung Chung-shu taught that it is the will of God to love and benefit all the people. It is the duty of the ruler to obey and carry out the will of God. When the rulers fail to do their duty, they are warned by God through the catastrophes and abnormalities. When a state is set on its ruinous course, heaven will cause catastrophes to befall it as warnings to the ruler. When these warnings are not heeded, then heaven will cause strange anomalies to appear to terrify the ruler into repentance. But when even these more serious warnings fail to check his evil acts, then ruin will come. From this, so Tung Chung-shu told the Emperor Wu Ti, we can see that heaven is always kind to the ruler and anxious to protect him from destruction. Heaven will always try to protect him and lead him back to the right way if he is not beyond correction. All depends upon one's determination and earnest endeavor. These courageous words were written as an answer to questions which the young Emperor Wu Ti, 140-87 BC, had put to the several famous Confucian scholars whom the provinces had recommended to the court. Tung Chung-shu spoke like a prophet and with authority. On the basis of these words, there was built up a highly complicated and terrifying theology of Han Confucianism, which is in reality Confucianism as it was interpreted by Tung and other theologians of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC. This theology was centered on the Chen Chiu Annals, the only work in the major canon which was supposed to have been written by Confucius himself, the other four being all pre-Confucian and belonging to the Old Testament part of Confucianism. According to Tung Chung-shu and other eminent authorities of the age, the Chen Chiu Annals were written by Confucius's laws for the future Han Dynasty. The great sage, who was conceived by the Han theologians and by the people in general as having been endowed with divinity and prophetic powers, was said to have actually legislated for the great Han Dynasty. One of the important works written by Tung Chung-shu was entitled Judicial Precedents from the Chen Chiu, in which he listed 232 events recorded in that canonical work and interpreted their juridical meaning for the guidance of future legal decisions. That work, which has been lost and is only fragmentally preserved through a number of quotations cited in medieval law books, had great influence in the development of medieval law and jurisprudence. This theistic religion of Han Confucianism, with its vividly personal and theological conception of heaven and God, and with its terrifying theology of catastrophes and anomalies, became in the 1st century BC the established religion of the empire. It became the duty of the doctors of the university and of the ranking ministers of state to interpret every new catastrophe or anomaly as it occurred, and to censure the government for any particular act of misrule which, according to their interpretation, had brought about the heavenly warning. Such interpretations often differed with the different interpreters. So every flood, or great fire, or earthquake, or eclipse of the sun became a lively and free-for-all occasion for frank criticism and censure of the government, the emperor, or the prime minister. And at least on a number of historic occasions, such frank criticism based on heavenly warnings did bring about redresses of legal or political injustices, or reforms in government policy. It is beyond doubt that throughout medieval China and down to fairly recent centuries, the canon of sacred scripture of Confucianism, including the Analects of Confucius, the Book of Mencius, and the canon of filial piety, was revered and regarded as the highest authority in all matters of morals, law, social relations, and government policy. It had the authority of divine law, an authority comparable to that of the Bible in the Christian countries. The Confucianist canon acquired this authority not merely because of the establishment of Confucianism as a state religion, nor merely because it was required reading in all Chinese schools and used in all civil service examinations for the selection of men for public offices, but primarily because some of the books included in the canon in its broader sense do contain some of the universal principles of justice which, in the words of Aristotle, all men, by a natural intuition, feel to be common right and wrong. For instance, in the Analects, Confucius twice laid down the negative, therefore logically, the universal, form of the Golden Rule: what you do not want to have done to you, do not do to others. And the Book of History has contributed to Chinese jurisprudence a number of universal maxims such as, when in doubt, give the lighter sentence. Rather miss a guilty one than condemn an innocent one. Heaven sees through what my people see, and heaven hears through what my people hear. A few historical events may help us to understand this supreme authority as universal natural law of common right and wrong which the Confucian canon achieved in historic China throughout the ages. In the year 74 BC there occurred an unprecedented event of the impeachment and dethronement of a young emperor who had been on the throne only 27 days. Ho Kwang, the prime minister of the empire, called a meeting of the council of ministers, generals, peers, grand officers, doctors of the university, and counselors of the court to discuss the disorderly conduct of the young sovereign and decide what should be done. The meeting decided upon a petition of impeachment against the emperor. The Empress Dowager was requested to hear the petition in the presence of the young emperor. The Empress Dowager, after hearing the petition signed by all members of the council, decreed that the emperor be forthwith dismissed from the throne. There was no legal provision or precedent for this. The historical precedent privately cited to the prime minister by his friend and advisor was the dethronement of King Tai-Chia by his chief minister Yin, which allegedly took place about 1753 BC and was recorded in such canonical works as the Book of History and the Book of Mencius. And the main argument in the petition of impeachment was that the young sovereign had violated his filial duties as the adopted heir of the recently deceased emperor. As authority for the charges, the petition cited two works of the canon, the Kungyang commentary of the Chen Chayu Annals and the canon of filial piety. And as the young emperor was being led away from the throne, he turned to the powerful prime minister and quoted to him these words of Confucius. If the Son of Heaven has 7 outspoken ministers, he, though guilty of misrule, will not lose his empire. That quotation, too, is from the canon of filial piety. In the year 9 AD, the reformer Emperor Wang Mang issued his most famous edict proclaiming the emancipation of all male and female slaves in the empire and the nationalization of all land. His arguments for both policies were based on moral and political principles contained in the canonical books. For example, he condemned the institution of slavery and the sale and buying of slaves in the same market with horses and cows as opposed to the will of heaven, and in violation of the principle of all that are born of heaven and earth. Man is of the highest worth. That quotation is also from that little classic, the canon of filial piety. I shall cite one more historical event to show how firmly established was the authority of the Confucianist canon over and above the arbitrary power of rulers and governments. This event involved the Book of Mencius, one of the most popular works in the canon. Mencius, 372 to 289 BC, was a radical and democratic thinker who wrote in a most brilliant and most forceful prose style, which makes his book the most indispensable and enjoyable reading to all students of classical literature. But his political views were often found to be disquieting and disturbing to some people. He has taught, for instance, that in a state, the people are of first importance, the shrines of the state gods, symbols of the state itself, come next, but the ruler is least important. He has taught us that when a prince treats his subjects like dirt and grass, then the people will naturally regard him as a bandit and as an enemy. And he has, in plain language, justified the right of the people to rebel against a despotic ruler and even to kill him, for he who violates the principles of benevolence and justice is no longer a ruler, but a nobody to whom no one owes allegiance. In the last decades of the 14th century, Emperor Hongwu, 1368 to 1398, the founder of the Ming Dynasty, who was one of the most tyrannical rulers in Chinese history, found the Book of Mencius to be too dangerous to be read by everybody in the schools. So he decreed that Mencius tablets should be removed from the temple of Confucius, where he had occupied a place second only to Confucius himself, and that the Book of Mencius be thoroughly expurgated. Mencius was duly expelled. The emperor appointed a trusted scholar to prepare an expurgated edition of the Book of Mencius. About a third of the book was stricken out, and an imperial edition was published under the title Mencius Expurgated, Mengsu Chiwen. But a few years later, the emperor, probably troubled by his own conscience, ordered that Mencius be restored to the temple of Confucius to be worshipped as before. And his Mencius Expurgated was ignored by the people, who continued to read Mencius in toto throughout the 270-odd years of the Ming Dynasty. There is only one copy of the imperial expurgated edition left in the world. It is in the National Library of Peiping. This is the story of the concept of the sacred canon of Confucianism as the invariable rule, the immutable law, in all matters of morals, law, and government. It is true that neither the canon, nor the state religion founded on it, succeeded very far in limiting the unlimited monarchy. Nevertheless, the Confucian canon did succeed in serving as a body of divine law, or sacred law, as natural law in the sense of its many universal principles or morality and justice, and as natural law in the sense of the supreme fundamental law to which social and political critics and reformers constantly appealed for support and justification, and which even the most unscrupulous despot never quite dared to challenge. 6. There are two Chinese words which, though different in written form, have the same modern pronunciation awfully, and which have often been translated as natural law, or regarded as equivalent to or comparable to the idea of natural law in the Western world. Professor Joseph Needham of Cambridge University has tried to differentiate the two words by transcribing them as slanglib. I shall distinguish them by using their older pronunciation as preserved in the Cantonese dialect thus. The firstly, lia, becomes li, and the secondly, lib, becomes lay. The firstly, li, I shall discuss briefly. The secondly, lay, I shall treat in some detail. The word originally means a religious sacrifice, and has come to mean ceremony, ritual, good customs, and rules of propriety. The body of such customs and rules of propriety generally covered by the Namalay is very large and includes rules or principles of family relations, clan relations, social relations, religious worship in its various aspects such as ancestor worship, funeral, burial, and mourning. The concept of fly has often been regarded by Western observers as comparable to that of natural law in the West. Professor Kenneth Scott Latourette of Yale University, for example, says, originally quite possibly employed to designate the manners and customs of the aristocracy, in the course of the centuries, lie came to be regarded as binding on all civilized mankind. It was conceived of as conforming to the will of heaven and akin to, although not identical with, the concept of natural law which was present in the Greco-Roman world and has been transmitted to the modern Occident. Professor Joseph Needham says, the body of ancient customs, usage, and ceremonial, which included all those practices, such as filial piety, which unnumbered generations of the Chinese people had instinctively felt to be right, this wasly lie, and we may equate it with natural law. Personally, I am not inclined to accept these views which more or less equate the Chinese concept of fly with natural law. Much of what has come down to us as ancient laws so extravagantly elaborate that it is very difficult for us to believe that it was actually practiced at any time, even by the most leisurely classes. It was most probably worked out by a professional priesthood, the Jew, the priesthood of the conquered people of Yin or Shang, the professional teachers and masters of the rituals of funeral, burial, mourning, and sacrifice which, 5 or 6 centuries after the conquest of the Yin people by the Zhou, were already exerting some considerable influence on the ruling classes of the states of Zhou origin, ruling over a population in which the Yin people formed an ethnographic majority. Thus we find in the most authentic Confucian and post-Confucian records many instances of the Jews serving as masters of ceremony at the funerals of nobles and officials of such states as Lu and Wei, both of which were ruled by direct descendants of the founding kings of Zhou. The religion and culture of the conquered people of Yin were beginning to conquer their conquerors. The conquest took many long centuries to complete, and it was greatly accelerated by the remarkable leadership of Confucius, who was always conscious of his royal lineage from the kings of Yin. Much of the ancient laws, most fully represented in the 17 books of the Ili, was frankly labeled as Lie of the Shi classes. The Shi, the sword-carrying class of gentlemen, form the middle or upper middle class in the various states. It is inconceivable that the elaborate and extravagant rituals prescribed in that canonical work could have been carried out by that class or any other class. Therefore, it is incorrect historically to say that the latter represented that which unnumbered generations of the Chinese people had instinctively felt to be right. No man could instinctively feel such labored extravagance to be right. Let us take as an example the practice of 3-year period of mourning for one's dead parent. Although Confucius spoke of it as the general practice of all the people in the world, it was openly opposed by one of his own disciples. When 2 centuries later Mencius persuaded the young Duke of Tang to practice it, it was strongly opposed by all the nobles and officials of the Duke's court, who said, "Our past rulers never practiced it." Nor did the rulers of the state of Lu, which was the home state of Confucius. And it was vehemently attacked by Mot and his followers. It was not practiced by the court and the officials of the Han Empire from the reign of Wen Ti, 179 to 157 BC, to 116 AD. It was the cumulative political influence of the established state religion of Confucianism that made the court and the people gradually adopt the custom of 3-year mourning. There is very little naturalness, or instinctiveness, or universality in this practice, which has made mourning expensive, wasteful, and insincere. But I want to add that the lay is an important part of the canon, Qing, of Confucianist scriptures. The Ila group of the later enlarged canon includes the Ili, the 46 books of the Li Qi collected in the 1st century BC, and an ambitious utopian constitution entitled the Zhou Li, which was supposed to represent the organization of the Zhou Empire as it was worked out by the Duke of Zhou of the 11th century BC. The historical role of Lei as a higher law and higher authority to which appeal was made from time to time in the interest of economic, juridical, and political reforms, such as the reforms of Wang Mang of the 1st century AD and Wang Yanxi of the 11th century AD, is therefore an integral part of the story of the establishment of the supreme authority of the sacred canon, Qing, which has already been told in an earlier section of this paper. 7. I shall now return to the second lifer, which I shall use the Cantonese pronunciation Oflai. This is one of the 4 major concepts which I originally set out to study as Chinese counterparts of the idea of natural law. Lai etymologically means markings of the divisions in the fields, markings or veins in the jade, grains in wood, fibers in muscles. Hence it has come to mean the form and texture of a thing, or the quality or nature of a thing. Hence it acquires the meanings of the reason or raison d'etre, the law of a thing or of things. In a collection of miscellaneous writings attributed, often wrongly, to the political philosopher Han Fei, who died in 233 BC, there are 2 books which are the earliest extant commentaries on the Book of Lao Tzu. In one of these, there are some interesting definitions of the terms Tao and Li. Tao, the way or the law of heaven or nature, is that by which all things become what they are. It is that with which all Lei, the law of things, is commensurable. Each of the 10,000 things has its own distinct law, Lei, but Thetica measures the law, Lei, of all things. Theory of things comprises their qualities of squareness or roundness, shortness or length, coarseness or fineness, hardness or brittleness, weight and color. From these we can discern an effort to differentiate the meaning of these 2 words, making to stand for the concept of the way or law of nature, in the universal and all-pervading sense, and li confined to the meaning of the reason or law of things, that is, the law of nature as manifested in all things. But in spite of such attempts at definition and distinction, the two terms have continued to be interchangeable in use. In an interesting passage, Mencius, c. 372 c. 289 BC, used the wordly in the sense of universal truth, in the sense of what agrees with common right and wrong. He said, all mouths of men agree in enjoying the same relishes, all ears agree in enjoying the same musical sounds, all eyes agree in recognizing the same beauty. Is there nothing which all minds agree in affirming to be true? What is it then which all minds recognize to be true? Id alii, universal truth or law, andi, universal right or righteousness. Universal truth and right are agreeable to our mind, just as tasty meals are pleasing to our taste. The monosyllabic wordly often appears in the two bisyllabic forms both in the classical language and in popular parlance. Tao lei, literally, the way and reason, that is, universal truth or natural law, and tian lei, the reason or law of God or nature. In the Han Fei book already referred to, the term Taolai occurs many times. The following passage is typical. For those who work in accordance with the universal laws of nature, Taolai, there is nothing that they cannot accomplish. For those who act foolishly and in disregard of the universal laws of nature, even though they may possess the power and authority of kings and princes, and the fabulous wealth of an Itun or Taochu, they will alienate the support of the people and lose all their possessions. In the popular language of the people, Taolai means what Mencius regards as that which all minds agree in affirming to be true and just. It is natural law in the sense of common right and reason. A story is told of the first emperor, 960 to 975 AD, of the Sung Dynasty, who one day asked his chief minister and advisor Chao Pu, "What is the greatest thing in the world?" Chao Pu was thinking over the question when the emperor again asked, "What is the greatest thing in the world?" Chao Pu replied, "Taolei's the greatest." The emperor was so pleased with the answer that he repeatedly said, "How right you are!" The term Tianlai originally means the natural arrangement of muscles in the animal body. It has come to be used in philosophical literature in the sense of the original pure and unsullied nature of men, and also in the sense of the law of God or the natural law. In the latter sense, it is sometimes interchangeable with Yintao, the way of God, the law of nature, and sometimes distinct from it in that whereas Tintao stands for the universal, all-pervading and immutable law of God or nature, Tianlai seems to mean certain more specific truths which are generally recognized as natural laws in things, that is, as the law of God or nature in its manifold manifestations in the things of the universe. In the following pages, I shall cite a few facts to show the historical role played by these natural law concepts of Tian Lido, which the Chinese philosopher-statesmen from time to time made appeal in their criticism of government policy, and in their fight against injustice and misrule. Tung Chung-shu, one of the most influential founders of the state religion of Confucianism in the Han Empire, was probably the first man to make appeal to the law of God, Tianlai, in his attack on the nobles and officials of the empire who engaged in commerce and industry in competition with the common people. He said to the Emperor Wuti, "Now the world of antiquity is the same world of the present day. Why then are we so far behind the ancients in the peace and welfare of the people? Is it possible that there has been failure in following the way Tao of the ancients, and that there has been deviation from the law, lay of God? Even God has had to divide his creatures into groups or classes. Those creatures which are given the upper teeth have no horns or antlers. Those which have wings are given only 2 feet. The meaning of all this is that whosoever receives the greater gift must not take the smaller one. In ancient society, those who received their pay from the state had to refrain from manual work for gain and must not engage in commercial business. That is the same principle that recipients of higher gifts must not take the lower one. That is in agreement with the will of heaven. Even God could not satisfy those who, having gotten the greater gifts, wanted to take in all the minor ones. How can man ever satisfy them? That is why the people today are crying out in their poverty. Then he went on to attack the powerful families who abused their power and wealth and competed with the people in all gainful professions, with the result that the rich became richer and the poor became poorer and poorer. Therefore, said Tung Chungshu, those who live on their official salary or hereditary pensions must not compete with the common people in the profitable trades and professions. That is the law of heaven and also the way of the ancients. The government should make this a law of the empire, which all officials must obey. In the 11th century, the great statesman Wang Yanxi, 1021 to 1086, succeeded in converting the young Emperor Shensung, reigning 1068 to 1085, to his political philosophy that the time had arrived for carrying out a program of fundamental reforms in every sphere of the government. It was called the New Policy, or New Deal, which involved a reorganization of the government structure, of the army, of the civil service examination system, of taxation and finances, and many economic measures of a mildly socialistic nature. The reform government lasted nearly 16 years, 1069 to 1085. Wang Yanxi had the complete confidence of his sovereign, so he had no great need to appeal to any higher law or authority. It was even rumored that the reform leaders maintained that the great ancestors of the dynasty were not worthy of emulation. The heavenly warnings in the form of catastrophes and abnormalities were not to be feared, and public opposition was not to be heeded. But the opposition, which was led by a remarkable group of conservative but upright statesmen, felt the necessity to appeal to a higher authority than the government and the monarch. So it was the opposition party that often upheld such concepts as the way of nature and the law of nature, Tianlei, as the authoritative basis of their criticism and opposition to the reforms. It was Sima Kuang, 1019 to 1086, the historian and leader of the opposition party, who in his famous letter to Wang Yanxi quoted Lao Tzu's doctrine of non-action and non-interference as the way of nature, and censured his friend and political enemy for having apparently disregarded what he had studied and admired. It was Chung Hao, 1032 to 1085, one of the great philosophers of the age, who, in his memorials to the throne, often referred to the natural law, Tianlei, which he conceived as immutable and not varying with the change of time. And when China came under the exceedingly despotic rule of the Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644, it was once more the concepts of Flying Tianli that were appealed to by those hundreds of heroic scholars, philosophers, censors, and statesmen who in the course of 2 centuries and a half fought against strong-willed prime ministers, wicked and powerful eunuchs, and ignorant and despotic monarchs. The Ming period was undoubtedly the most tyrannical age in Chinese history. There was the most infamous practice of publicly flogging censors and ministers of state in the imperial palaces. There were the special police courts presided over by powerful eunuchs and armed with arbitrary powers to make arrests, hold secret trials, and use the worst kinds of torture to obtain confessions of guilt and to intimidate and punish all those who dared criticize and oppose the government. Hundreds of prominent statesmen and philosophers, including the great philosopher Wang Shoujin, better known as Wang Yongming, suffered torture, and not a few perished under its horrors. It was the absolute monarchy at its worst. Against such despotism run amok, neither the doctrine of the way of heaven or nature as Lao Tzu conceived it, nor the will of God as Mot and Tung Chung-shu taught it, nor the supreme authority of the sacred canon of Confucian scriptures could furnish any effective check or control. Yet the Chinese fighters for justice and better government, and for the traditional right of outspoken criticism against the government and the sovereign, fought on. The only moral and spiritual weapon which gave them courage and strength to fight on in such an apparently hopeless battle was the concept awfully or Tianlei in the sense of universal truth or reason or natural law. But the concept awfully or Tianlei had undergone a fundamental change. The preeminent and most influential school of philosophy of the age was the school of Wang Yongming, 1472 to 1528, who taught that there is no Li, reason or law, outside the mind, and that there is in every man the innate and intuitive knowledge, Liangqi, which is the moral conscience of man and which knows right to be right and wrong to be wrong. The natural law is what every man's innate and intuitive moral conscience perceived to be the truth and the law which it is his duty to extend and apply to all things and all events. It was this new conception of the natural law, lay, within every man's intuitive moral conscience that gave the spiritual strength to those courageous men to fight on, with a vivid conviction that, flogged they might be, banished they might be, tortured and martyred they might be, they were fighting and suffering for a just and right cause which would ultimately be vindicated. One of the philosophers of the age, Lu Kun, 1536 to 1618, left a volume of his thoughts and reflections under the title of Groaning Words, in which I find this observation on the moral and political struggle of his time. There are only two things supreme in this world, one Ili, the other is political authority. Of the two, lays the more supreme. When Li is discussed in the imperial court or palace, even the emperor cannot suppress it by his authority. And even when Li is temporarily suppressed, it will always triumph in the end, and will prevail in the world throughout the ages. Let these groaning words of an old philosopher conclude my study of the natural law concepts in the Chinese tradition. None of these concepts was able to achieve the objective of checking or limiting the absolute powers of the unlimited monarchy. No concept of the natural law alone can ever achieve that objective, in China or in any other country on earth. But the story is worth telling. It confirms and verifies a historical thesis, namely, that the concept or concepts of natural law or natural right have always played the historical role of a fighting weapon in mankind's struggle against the injustice and the tyranny of unlimited human authority. Chan Zen, Buddhism in China, its History and Method. Philosophy East and West. April, 1953. Volume 3. Number 1. pages 3 to 24. Is Chan Zen beyond our understanding? For more than a quarter of a century, my learned friend, Dr. Daisetsu Taro Suzuki, formerly of the Otani University, Kyoto, Japan, has been interpreting and introducing Zen Buddhism to the Western world. Through his untiring effort and through his many books on Zen, he has succeeded in winning an audience and a number of followers, notably in England. As a friend and as a historian of Chinese thought, I have followed Suzuki's work with keen interest, but I have never concealed from him my disappointment in his method of approach. My greatest disappointment has been that, according to Suzuki and his disciples, Zen is illogical, irrational, and, therefore, beyond our intellectual understanding. In his book Living by Zen, Suzuki tells us, if we are to judge Zen from our common-sense view of things, we shall find the ground thinking away under our feet. Our so-called rationalistic way of thinking has apparently no use in evaluating the truth or untruth of Zen. It is altogether beyond the ken of human understanding. All that we can therefore state about Zen is that its uniqueness lies in its irrationality, or its passing beyond our logical comprehension. It is this denial of the capability of the human intelligence to understand and evaluate Zen that I emphatically refuse to accept. Is the so-called Chan or Zen really so illogical and irrational that it is altogether beyond the ken of human understanding, and that our rational or rationalistic way of thinking is of no use in evaluating the truth and untruth of Zen? The Chan Zen movement is an integral part of the history of Chinese Buddhism, and the history of Chinese Buddhism is an integral part of the general history of Chinese thought. Chan can be properly understood only in its historical setting, just as any other Chinese philosophical school must be studied and understood in its historical setting. The main trouble with the irrational interpreters of Zen has been that they deliberately ignore this historical approach. Zen, says Suzuki, is above space-time relations, and naturally even above historical facts. Any man who takes this unhistorical and anti-historical position can never understand the Zen movement or the teaching of the great Zen masters. Nor can he hope to make Zen properly understood by the people of the East or the West. The best he can do is to tell the world that Zen is Zen, and is altogether beyond our logical comprehension. But if we restore the Zen movement to its space-time relations, that is, place it in its proper historical setting, and study it and its seemingly strange teachings as historical facts, then, but not until then, an intelligent and rational understanding and appreciation of this great movement in Chinese intellectual and religious history may yet be achieved. Xinhui and the establishment of Chinese Chan. What follows is a new history of the Chinese Chan Zen movement, which I have reconstructed on the basis of authentic records hitherto neglected or distorted, but now clarified and strongly supported by 8th and 9th century documents hidden away for over 1,000 years in a sealed cave library in the desert region of Tuanhuang in modern Kansu, and only recently edited and published in China and Japan. Both Suzuki and I have taken part in the editing and publishing of some of the newly discovered materials. The story will begin with the year AD 700, when the Empress Wu, who reigned as emperor from 690 to 705, invited an old Chan monk of the Lanka school to pay her a visit at the capital city of Chang'an. The monk was Shinsu, who was then already over 90 years old and had long been famous for his dhyana, meditation, practice, and ascetic life at his hilly retreat in the Wutong Mountains in modern Hupa. The imperial invitation was so earnest and insistent that the aged monk finally accepted. When he arrived in 701, he had to be carried in a chair to the imperial audience. The empress was said to have done him the unusual honor of curtsying and making him a guest in one of her palaces. Her two emperor sons, whom she had deposed successively in 684 and 690, and the whole court worshipped him and sat at his feet. For 4 years he was honored as the Lord of the Law at the two national capitals of Chang'an and Luoyang, and the teacher of 3 emperors. When he died in 705, he was mourned by the court and hundreds of thousands of the populace. By imperial order, 3 monasteries were built in his memory, one at the capital, one at his birthplace in Honan, and one at the place of his Chan life. A brother of the 2 emperors in Changyu, the great prose writer of the day, wrote his biographical monuments. In Changyu's text, this genealogical line of Shinsu's Buddhist descent was made public. 1. Bodhidharma. 2. Huikeo. 3. Sung Tiesin. 4. Tao Hsin, died 651. 5. Hung Jin, died 674. 6. Shinsu. After Shinsu's death, 2 of his disciples, Puqi, died 739, and Ifu, died 732, continued to be honored as national teachers of the empire. In their biographical monuments after death, the same genealogical line was mentioned. This list remained unchallenged for 30 years. It was probably accepted as one of the several lines of descent in the Lanka school since the days of Bodhidharma. But in the year 734, when Puqi was still at the height of his power and prestige, a southern monk by the name of Shenhui stood up at a large gathering in a monastery in Huatai in modern Honan and openly challenged the line of descent claimed by Shinsu and his school as not true and not historical. Bodhidharma, said this strange monk, gave to Huikeo a robe, Chia Sha, as testimonial of the transmission of the true law. This robe was handed down by Huikeo to his chosen successor, and in 4 generations it came to Hung Jin. But Hung Jin gave it, not to Shinsu, but to Huining of Xiaochou in the south. And he went on to say, even Shinsu himself always said that the robe of transmission had gone to the south. That is why he never claimed in his lifetime that he was the 6th successor. But now the Chan master Puqi claims that he is the 7th generation, thereby falsely establishing his teacher, Shinsu, to be the 6th successor. That is not to be permitted. One monk at the meeting raised this warning. You are attacking the Chan master Puqi, who is nationally known and nationally honored. Are you not risking your own life? To this Shenhui replied, I have called this solemn gathering for the sole purpose of determining the true teaching and settling a great question of right and wrong, for the benefit of all who desire to learn the truth. I do not care for my own life. And he declared that the teaching of Shinsu and Puqi was false, because it recognized only gradual enlightenment, while the great teachers of the school, throughout 6 generations, have all taught the sword must pierce directly through, directly pointing to the sudden realization of one's nature. They never talked about gradations of enlightenment. All those who want to learn the Tao way must achieve sudden enlightenment to be followed by gradual cultivation. It is like childbirth, which is a sudden affair, but the child will require a long process of nurture and education before he attains his full bodily and intellectual growth. and he condemned the formula of dhyana practice taught by Puqi and his fellow students of the great Shinsu, a fourfold formula of concentrating the mind in order to enter dhyana, settling the mind in that state by watching its forms of purity, arousing the mind to shine in insight, and finally controlling the mind for its inner verification. Shenhui said all this is hindrance to Bodhi, enlightenment, and he swept aside all forms of sitting in meditation, dissociation, Japanese, zazen, as entirely unnecessary. He said, if it is right to sit in meditation, then why should Vimalakirti scold Sariputta for sitting in meditation in the woods? Here in my school, to have no thoughts is meditation sitting, and to see one's original nature is dhyana, Chan. Thus Shenhui proceeded from denunciation of the most highly honored school of the empire to a revolutionary pronouncement of a new Chan, which renounces Chan itself and is therefore no Chan at all. This doctrine of sudden enlightenment he does not claim as his own theory or that of his teacher, the illiterate monk Huining of Shaoqiu, but only as the true teaching of all the 6 generations of the school of Bodhidharma. All this, according to the newly discovered documents, took place in 734 in a monastery in Huatai, which was a provincial capital fairly far away from the great cities of Chang'an and Luoyang. In 739, the Chan master Puqi died. In his biographical monument written by the famously young 678 to 747, the genealogical line from Bodhidharma to Shinsu was repeated with the significant statement that, before his death, he told his disciples, I was entrusted by my deceased master with the transmission of the secret seal of the law, which had come down from Bodhidharma. Was this an indirect reply to Shenhui's attack by deliberately emphasizing that the genealogical line was the only line of secret apostolic succession? In 745, the heretic monk Shenhui was called to the Hotse monastery at Luoyang, the eastern capital of the empire, from which monastery was derived the title, the Master of Hotse, by which Shenhui has been known to posterity. He arrived at Luoyang at the advanced age of 77 and remained there more than 8 years. From his exalted pulpit in a great monastery, he now repeated his open challenge that the line of transmission claimed by the school of Shinsu, Ifu, and Puqi was not historical, and that their teaching of gradual enlightenment was false. He was an eloquent preacher and a dramatic storyteller. Many apocryphal stories about Bodhidharma's life, such as his interview with the Emperor of Liang and the tale of the second patriarch's cutting off his own arm to show his earnest desire for instruction, were first invented by him, and later came to be further embellished and incorporated into the general traditional history of Chinese Chan. His discourses, Yilu, in my edition of Shenhui Hoshang Aichi of 1930, and in Suzuki's edition of Hotse Shenhui Siechenshi Yilu of 1934, shows that he was in friendly contact and discussion with a number of prominent literati and statesmen of the age. From this group, he selected the poet Wang Wei, died 759, to be the biographer of his teacher, Huining of Shaoqiu. In this, undoubtedly the earliest biography of Huineng, probably never cut on stone, but preserved in Tangwen Tsui section 63, it was definitely stated that the Chan master Hengjian regarded his southern, barbarian, lay laborer as having alone understood his teaching and, when he was dying, gave him the robe of the patriarchs and told him to go away. Meanwhile, Shenhui's eloquence and popular teaching were attracting a tremendous following, so tremendous that in 753 the martyr statesman Lu I, chief of imperial censors, memorialized the throne that the abbot of the Hotse monastery was gathering large crowds of people around him, and might be suspected of some conspiracy injurious to the interests of the state. The Emperor Xuanzong reigned 713 to 756, died 762, sent for Shenhui and, after an interview with him, exiled him to live in Ayang in Jiangxi, whence he was transferred to 3 other places in the next 2 years. But at the end of his 3rd year of exile, 755 to 756, there broke out the great rebellion of General An Lushan, which for a time threatened to overthrow the great Tang dynasty. The rebel armies, starting out from the northeastern provinces and sweeping across the northern plains, were able in a few months to capture the eastern capital, Luoyang, and shatter all passes leading to Chang'an. The capital fell in July 756. The emperor hurriedly left the city in most pitiful and humiliating circumstances and fled to Qingtu, leaving the heir apparent in the northwest to take charge of affairs. The heir apparent was proclaimed the new sovereign and was able to organize a government and rally the loyal armies to fight the rebellion and save the empire. In 757, both capitals were recovered. The rebellion was suppressed in the course of 6 years. When the new government was formed in 756, the great problem was how to raise money to carry on the war. One of the emergency measures was to sell an increased number of Buddhist licenses, 2T, for ordaining new monks and nuns. To push the sales, it was necessary to hold preaching and proselyting meetings in the cities, to open the hearts and the purses of men and women. The great eloquence and popularity of the exiled monk Shenhui was remembered, probably by his Chan friends like Miao Qinching and Fang Quan, who had become leaders in the war government. So, at the age of 89, Shenhui returned to the recaptured but ruined city of Luoyang and preached to huge crowds. It was recorded that his preaching meetings were most successful in fundraising, and made no mean contribution to the war effort. The new emperor, in appreciation of his work, invited him to visit him at his restored palace, and ordered the Department of Works to accelerate the building of his quarters at the Hotse monastery. The banished heretic became the honored guest of the empire. He died in 760 at the age of 92. In 770, an imperial decree named his chapel the Hall of Prajna, Insight, Transmission of the True School. The learned Chan historian Sungmi, died 841, reports that in 796 Emperor Taizong asked the heir apparent to call a council of Chan masters to determine the true teaching of Chan and settle the controversy about the direct and collateral lines of transmission. Subsequently, an imperial decree was issued establishing the Master of Hotse, Shenhui, as the 7th patriarch. This seems to have implied that his teacher, the illiterate monk Huining of Shaoqiu, was recognized as the 6th patriarch. In 815, at the request of the viceroy of Lingnan, an imperial decree conferred posthumous honors on Huineng, who had died 106 years ago, which would date his death in 711 instead of the traditional date of 713. The decree designated him the Master of Great Insight. The local Buddhists and lay public requested 2 of the great writers of the age, Lu Sungyuan, died 819, and Lu Yushi, died 842, to write 2 biographical monuments in memory of Huineng. In both texts, the authors unhesitatingly referred to Huining as the sixth patriarch after Bodhidharma. The controversy had long been over, and the victory of Shenhui's fight had been complete. Huining, the so-called sixth patriarch. What do we know of the illiterate monk Huining, the established sixth patriarch? In an early fragmentary document known as Records of the Masters and the Law of the Lanka School, Lungchia Jin Fhe, written shortly after the death of Shensu in 706 by one of the latter's fellow students, which was quoted in another history of the Lanka school written a little later and preserved among the Tuanhuang manuscripts. It was stated that the Lanka master Hungjin, the so-called fifth patriarch, who died in 674, had said before his death that there were 11 disciples who could carry on his teaching. This list of 11 includes Shensu as number 1, Chhin of Tsuku in modern Sichuan as number 2, Huining of Xiaochou as number 8, and 7 other fairly well-known monks and 1 layman. The second man on the list, Chhin, died 702, was a teacher of Chan in western China from whom descended 2 important schools, which the historian Sung Mi mentioned as 2 of the 7 important schools of Chan of the 8th century. I am inclined to regard this list of 11 disciples of Hungjin as fairly authentic, because it was probably made before Shenhui put forth his dramatic challenges, and long before the 2 schools descended from Chhin became nationally famous. Therefore, we may conclude that Huining was one of the 11 better-known disciples of the Lanka Chan master Hungjin. The claim that he alone was the secret transmitter of the true teaching and the inheritor of the robe of the patriarchs was in all probability a myth of Shenhui's invention. According to Wang Wei's biographical account, written about 734, and already referring to Shenhui's being persecuted for his desire to present to his prince a precious pearl, Huining was born of a lowly family in an area in Lingnan where Aborigines lived in peace with Chinese people. In Shenhui's brief account of Huining's life, and in the Tanqing, the Sutra of Huining, he was called a Kulao, one of the aboriginal peoples of the southwest. He was a manual laborer, moving northward and finding work at the monastery where the master Hungjin presided. He had a good mind and absorbed what was taught and practiced there. After the alleged transmission of the patriarchal robe, he returned to the south where for 16 years he lived among the poor and the lowly, the farmers and the small tradesmen. Then he was discovered by a teacher of the Parinirvana Sutra who ordained him and started him on his own teaching career. What did he teach? Wang Wei said that he taught forbearance, saying that he who forbears, Jen, denies his own life and is therefore selfless. This formed his first vow and his principal teaching. He often said with a sigh, to give even all the 7 treasures as alms, or to practice, Chan, conduct for even myriads of years, or to write with all the ink in the universe. None of these can compare with a life of non-activity, wu wei, and infinite love. Lu Tsungyuan's text, written in 816, says that his teaching began with the goodness of human nature and ended with the goodness of human nature. There is no need of plowing or weeding. It was originally pure. From these and from Shenhui's stressing of sudden enlightenment, we may infer that this southern master of lowly and Kulao origin probably was a Tio Duda ascetic, as most of earlier members of the Lanka school were, whose first principle, according to Bodhidharma, was forbearance of all insult and suffering. He probably learned from his life experience among the simple folks that there was the real possibility of opening the hearts and minds of men through some act of sudden awakening. Xinhui used the proverbial expression, "The sword pierces directly through." The Chinese people to this day have translated the notion of sudden enlightenment into a simple proverb. He lays down the butcher's cleaver and immediately becomes a Buddha. That was probably the kind of simple and direct message which Huining had for the poor and the lowly who understood him and loved him. He made light of all the ink in the universe and left no writing. Thus, the first Chinese school of Chan was established through Xinhui's 30 years, 730 to 760, of bitter fighting and popular preaching, and through the official recognition of Huining as the sixth patriarch and Xinhui as the seventh patriarch of the true school. By the last quarter of the 8th century, there began a great stampede in the Chan schools, a stampede of almost every teacher or school of Chan to join the school of Huining and Xinhui. It was not easy, however, to claim a tie to Xinhui, who had died only too recently. But Huining had died early in the 8th century, and his disciples were mostly unknown ascetics who lived and died in their hilly retreats. One could easily claim to have paid a visit to some of them. So, in the last decades of the century, some of those unknown names were remembered or discovered. Two of those names thus exhumed from obscurity were Huijiang of the Hung Mountains in Hunan, and Xing SS of the Qingyuan Mountains of Jiangxi. Neither of these names appeared in Xinhui's brief sketch of Huining's life story at the end of Suzuki's edition of the Discourses, which contains 4 names of his disciples, or in the oldest text of the Tanxing, which mentions 10 names. Matsu, Beiso in Japanese, one of the greatest Chan masters of the age, originally came from the Qingcheng school in Qingtu, which was one of the 2 Chan schools tracing their origin to the Lanka monk Chsin, one of the above-mentioned 11 disciples of Hung Jin. But when Matsu died in 788, his biographer wrote that he had studied under Huijiang and learned the truth of sudden enlightenment from him. Another great master of the age, Shi Xiaqian, died 790, generally known as Shitiu. The rock was said to have studied under Xingsu. There was an old school of Chan, long known as the School of the Ox Head Hill, near the modern city of Nanking, which was founded by the monk Fa Yung, died 657, a contemporary of the Buddhist historian Tao Suan, died 667. Tao Suan wrote Fa Yung's biography in 2433 words without mentioning that he had any connection with the Lanka school of Bodhidharma. But in the 8th century, the monks of the Ox Head school were willing to acknowledge that their founder was at one time a student of Tao Chsin, the 4th patriarch, after Bodhidharma. Therefore, the founder of the Ox Head school became the spiritual uncle of the 6th patriarch. So, the great stampede went on. In the course of 100 years, practically all Chan schools came to be spiritually and genealogically descended from, or related to, Huineng, the 6th patriarch of the true school of Chan. The 7 schools of Chan in the 8th century. What I have sketched above, Xinhui's challenge and attack against the school of the Lord of the Law at the 2 national capitals of Chang'an and Luoyang, and the teacher of 3 emperors. His lifelong popular preaching of a new and simple form of Buddhism based on the idea of sudden enlightenment, his 4-time banishment, and his final victory in the official recognition of his school as the true school, was historically not an isolated event, but only a part of a larger movement which may be correctly characterized as an internal reformation or revolution in Buddhism, a movement that had been fermenting and spreading throughout the 8th century in many parts of China, especially in the Great South, from the western cities of Qingtu and Suku to the eastern centers of Buddhism in Yanqiao, Qiangning, Nanking, and Hangzhou, from the mountain retreats in Hunan and Jiangxi to the southern regions of Shaozhou and Guangzhou. Shenhui himself was a product of a revolutionary age in which great minds in the Buddhist and Chan schools were, in one way or another, thinking dangerous thoughts and preaching dangerous doctrines. Shenhui was a political genius who understood the signs of the time and knew what to attack and how to do it. So he became the warrior and the statesman of the new movement and fired the first shot of the revolution. His long life, his great eloquence, and, above all, his courage and shrewdness carried the day, and a powerful orthodoxy was crushed. What appeared to be an easy and quick victory was probably due to the fact that his striking tactics of bold and persistent offensive attacks and his simple and popular preaching of more than 2 decades had already won for himself and his cause a tremendous following among the people, and a large number of influential friends in intellectual and political circles. The poet Wang Wei, who wrote the earliest biographical account of Huining at the time of Shenhui's exile, said in most unmistakable language that Huining received from his teacher the robe of the patriarchs, and that the persecution of Shenhui was an injustice. And Tu Fu, 712 to 770, a friend of Wang Wei and the greatest poet of China, already had spoken of the chant of the 7th patriarch in one of his longest poems. The cause of Huining and Shenhui, therefore, was already won long before its official establishment. The time was ripe, therefore, for the success of the revolution, and the stampede of the Chan schools to get on the bandwagon was only further evidence that the victory was welcomed by the liberals, the radicals, and the heretics of the schools. To them, the victory must have meant a great liberation of thought and belief from the old shackles of tradition and authority. What do we know of the dangerous thoughts of the age? Before presenting the radical thinking of the Chan schools of the 8th century, it may be interesting to hear a severe critic who lived through the second half of that century and was greatly disturbed by the iconoclastic and revolutionary teachings of his day. I quote the following words from Liang Su, 753 to 793, one of the prose masters of the age, and a devout follower of the old Chan of the Tianti's school, which had had its heyday in the last decades of the 6th century under its founder, the great master Qi, died 597, but which was burdened down by an encyclopedic scholasticism, and was a declining school by the 8th century. Nowadays, said Liang Su, few men have the true faith. Those who travel the path of Chan go so far as to teach the people that there is neither Buddha nor law, Dharma, and that neither sin nor goodness has any significance. When they preach these doctrines to the average men or men below the average, they are believed by all those who live their lives of worldly desires. Such ideas are accepted as great truths which sound so pleasing to the ear, and the people are attracted by them just as the moths in the night are drawn to their burning death by the candle light. Such doctrines are as injurious and dangerous as the devil Mara and the ancient heretics. Such was an eyewitness testimony of the popularity of the dangerous thoughts of the Chan teachers of his time. The learned monk Sungmi, died 841, devoted a lifetime to collecting the writings and recorded sayings of nearly 100 teachers of Chan from Bodhidharma down to his own age. Unfortunately, his great collection, which he called the Fountainheads of Chan, has been lost. Only his general preface, containing his analysis and criticism of the schools, has survived. In this preface, which is a little book by itself, he analyzed the modern Chan movement into 10 principal schools, which he classified under 3 main movements. 1. Those that taught the extinction of false thoughts by cultivating or controlling the mind. That is, the schools of the old or Indian dhyana. 2. Those that taught that nothing is real, and there is nowhere to abide, and that there is neither truth, law, to bind us, nor Buddhahood to attain. These include the school of the Ox Head Hill and the school of Shixian, Shitou. 3. Those that discarded all older forms of Chan and taught a direct appeal to the mind or the nature of man. This group includes the schools of Shenhui and Ma-Tzu. In a very voluminous commentary on a tiny sutra, the Yuan Chao Ching, the Sutra of Perfect Enlightenment, which was most probably fabricated by Tsungmi himself, there occurs a lengthy passage in which Tsungmi lists the 7 great schools of Chan and gives a concise summary of the teachings of each. It is very remarkable that, of the 7, only 3 may be called the Old Chan, while the other 4 are distinctly revolutionary. Without following his arrangement of the order of the schools, I shall present the older schools first. The 3 older schools were: 1. The northern school of Shensu and his disciples, which Shenhui had attacked as the Chan of gradual enlightenment. 2. A school in western China which practiced a peculiar way of pronouncing the one word, Fu Buddha, as the method of simplified contemplation. 3. The school of Chixian, a fellow student with Shensu and Huineng, and the later school founded by Chixian's disciples at the Qingcheng Monastery in Qingtu. It was the tradition of these schools to simplify Chan to 3 sentences. Don't recall the past. Don't contemplate the future. Don't forget the path of wisdom. It was from the last-named Qingcheng school that the famous Ma-Tzu came. Even in this group of older schools, there was a clear tendency to break away from Indian dhyana practice and work out their own simplified form of contemplation. 4. The 4th school was that of the Paotiang Monastery at Qingtu, founded by the monk Wu Chu, died 774, who came out of the Qingcheng school and started a quite radical school of his own, in which all forms of Buddhist religious practice, such as worship, prayer, repentance, recitation of the sutras, painting the image of the Buddha, and copying Buddhist scriptures, were forbidden and condemned as foolish. This school inherited the 3 sentences from the mother school, but changed the 3rd to read, "Don't be foolish." And to them, all thought, good or evil, is foolish and idle. No thought, no consciousness, that is the ideal. 5. The 5th school, to which Tsungmi himself claimed allegiance, was that of Shenhui, which, as already noted, renounced all Chan practices and believed in the possibility of sudden enlightenment. Tsungmi was very fond of quoting Shenhui's dictum, "The one-word knowledge is the gateway to all mysteries." That sentence best characterizes Shenhui's intellectualistic approach. In his discourses, he frankly said, "Here in my place, there is no such thing as ting, samadhi, quietude, and nobody talks of concentration of the mind. Even the desire to seek bodhi, enlightenment, and achieve nirvana is foolish." 6. The 6th school was the Ox Head Hill school, an old school based on the philosophy of the Prajnaparamita Sutras and the Madhyamaka school of Nagarjuna. Under its new leaders in the 8th century, notably Sun Tzu, died 752, and Tao Xiachen, died 792, the school seemed to have become openly nihilistic and even iconoclastic. Sungmi says this school taught that there is neither truth, law, to bind us, nor Buddhahood to attain. Even if there be a life better than nirvana, I say that that too is as unreal as a dream. Sun Tzu's biographer told this story. A butcher notorious for his great cruelty heard him speak, and was moved to repentance. Sun Tzu accepted him, and even went to his house, and took meals with his family. Sungmi says this school holds that there is neither cultivation nor no cultivation, there is neither Buddha nor no Buddha. 7. The 7th school was the great school of Taoai, called Ma Tzu because of his family name Ma, died 788. Ma Tzu taught that the Tao is everywhere and in everything. Every idea, every movement of the body, a cough, a sigh, a snapping of the fingers, or raising of the eyebrows, is the functioning of the Buddha nature in man. Even love, anger, covetousness, and hate are all functionings of the Buddha nature. Therefore, there is no need of a particular method of cultivation. Let the mind be free. Never seek to do good, nor seek to do evil, nor seek to cultivate the Tao. Follow the course of nature, and move freely. Forbid nothing and do nothing. That is the way of the free man, who is also called the Superman. According to Sungmi, this school also holds that there is neither law, truth, to bind us, nor Buddhahood to attain. These are the schools of Chinese Chan as Sungmi knew them in the early years of the 9th century. The Paotian school was openly iconoclastic and even anti-Buddhistic. The 3 others were equally radical, and probably even more iconoclastic in their philosophical implications. One of Ma Tzu's famous disciples, Tianjian, died 824 of Tanxia, Tanka in Japanese, was spending a night at a ruined temple with a few traveling companions. The night was bitterly cold, and there was no firewood. He went to the hall of worship, took down the wooden image of the Buddha, and made a comfortable fire. When he was reproached by his comrades for this act of sacrilege, he said, "I was only looking for the Sarira, sacred relic of the Buddha." "How can you expect to find Sarira in a piece of wood?" said his fellow travelers. "Well," said Tianjian, "then I am only burning a piece of wood after all." Such a story can be properly understood only in the light of the general intellectual tendencies of a revolutionary age. Professor Nakaria, in The Religion of the Samurai, twice quoted this story to show that Chinese Zen was iconoclastic. But Suzuki says, whatever the merit of Tanka from the purely Zen point of view, there is no doubt that such deeds as his are to be regarded as highly sacrilegious and to be avoided by all pious Buddhists. Those pious Buddhists will never understand Chinese Chan, and they will never understand another disciple of Ma Tzu's, the lay scholar Peng Yun, who left this famous dictum: "Do empty yourselves of everything that exists, and never reify anything that exists not." This is truly a wonderful saying which is as sharp and as destructive as the famous Occam's razor. Entities should not be unnecessarily multiplied. Old Panga's dictum, "Never reify anything that exists not," may be called Panga's razor, or the razor of Chinese Chan, with which the medieval ghosts, the gods, the Bodhisattvas and the Buddhas, the 4 stages of dhyana, the 4 formless states of samadhi, the 6 divine powers of the attained yoga practitioner, etc., were to be cut off and destroyed. That is the Chinese chant of the 8th century, which, as I have said before, is no chant at all, but a Chinese reformation or revolution within Buddhism. The Great Persecution and the post-persecution iconoclasm. But this reformation within Buddhism itself, this internal revolution within a section of Buddhism, had not gone far enough or long enough to save Buddhism from a catastrophic external revolution. This external revolution came in August 845, in the form of the greatest persecution of Buddhism in the entire history of its 2,000 years in China. The Great Persecution was ordered by Emperor Wuzong, 841 to 846, who was undoubtedly under the strong influence of a few leading Taoist priests. But the persecution of 845 to 846, like those of 446, 574, and 955, also represented the deep-rooted centuries-long Chinese nationalistic resentment against Buddhism as a foreign and un-Chinese religion. Early in the 9th century, Han Yu, 768 to 824, one of the greatest classical writers of China, published a famous essay in which he openly denounced Buddhism as un-Chinese, as a way of life of the barbarians. He frankly advocated a ruthless suppression. Restore its people to human living, burn its books, and convert its buildings to human dwellings. 21 years after his death, those savage slogans were carried out in every detail. The Great Persecution lasted only 2 years, but long enough to destroy 4,600 big temples and monasteries, and over 40,000 minor places of worship and Chan retreat, confiscate millions of acres of landed property of the church, free 150,000 male and female slaves or retainers of the temples and monasteries, and force 265,000 monks and nuns to return to secular life. Only 2 temples with 30 monks each were permitted to stand in each of the 2 capitals, Chang'an and Luoyang. Of the 228 prefectures in the empire, only the capital cities of the first grade prefectures were permitted to retain 1 temple each with 10 monks. Buddhist scriptures and images and stone monuments were destroyed wherever they were found. At the end of one of the persecution decrees, after enumerating what had already been accomplished in the policy of Buddhist persecution, the emperor said, "Henceforth the affairs of monks and nuns shall be governed by the Bureau of Affairs of Foreigners, thereby to show clearly that they belong to the religion of the barbarians." The persecution, disastrous and barbaric as it was, probably had the effect of enhancing the prestige of the Chan monks, who never had to rely upon the great wealth or the architectural splendor and extravagance of the great temples and monasteries. Indeed, they did not have to rely even upon the scriptures, and at least some of them had been theoretically or even overly iconoclastic. In one of the unusually frank biographical monuments of the post-persecution period, the biographer of the monk Ling Yu, died 853, a descendant of Ma Tzu, and founder of the Kuishan and Yangshan schools of Chan, tells us that at the time of the Great Persecution, Ling Yu simply put on the cap and dress of the layman when he was ordered to return to secular life. He did not want to be in any way different from the people, said the biographer. And when the persecution was over and the Buddhist religion was permitted to revive, the governor of Hunan, who was a Buddhist and a friend of many leading Chan masters including Sungmi, invited Lingyu to come out of his retirement and suggested that he should shave off his beard and hair. He refused to shave, saying with a smile, "Do you think that Buddhism has anything to do with my hair and beard?" But when he was repeatedly urged to shave, he yielded, again with a smile. That was the way a great Chan master looked at the great persecution. He did not seem to have been much disturbed. It is no wonder, therefore, that the two greatest Chan teachers of the decades immediately following the persecution were the iconoclastic Suanqian of Teshin and Suan of Linqi, Rinzai in Japanese. Suanqian died 865, the spiritual ancestor of the Yunmen, Umen in Japanese, and Fan, Hagen in Japanese, schools of the 10th century, taught a doctrine of doing nothing, which harks back to Mo Tzu and reminds us of the philosophy of Lao Tzu and Chuang Tzu. "My advice to you," said he, "is take a rest and have nothing to do. Even if that little blue-eyed barbarian, Bodhidharma, should come back here and now, he could only teach you to do nothing. Put on your clothes, eat your food, and move your bowels. That's all. No life and death cycle to fear. No transmigration to dread. No nirvana to achieve, and no bodhi to acquire. Just try to be an ordinary human being, having nothing to do." He was fond of using the most profane language in speaking of things sacred in Buddhism. "Here there is neither Buddha nor patriarchs. The bodhisattvas are only dung-heap coolies. Nirvana and bodhi are dead stumps to tie your donkeys to. The 12 divisions of the sacred teaching are only lists of ghosts, sheets of paper fit only for wiping the pus from your boils. And all the 4 fruitions and 10 stages are mere ghosts lingering in their decayed graves. Have these anything to do with your salvation? The wise seek not the Buddha. The Buddha is the great murderer who has seduced so many people into the pitfalls of the prostituting devil. That old barbarian rascal, Buddha, claimed that he had survived the destruction of 3 worlds. Where is he now? Did he not die after 80 years of life? Was he in any way different from you? O ye wise men, disengage your bodies and your minds. Free yourselves from all bondages." While Suanqian lived and taught in western Hunan, his contemporary and possibly his student, Suan, died 866, was opening his school in the north, in the western part of modern Hopi. His school was known as the Linqi School, which in the next 2 centuries became the most influential school of Chan. The greatness of Suan seems to lie in his emphatic recognition of the function of intellectual emancipation as the real mission of Chinese Chan. He said, "The mission of Bodhidharma's coming to the East was to find a man who would not be deceived by men. Here in my place, I have not a single truth to give you. My work is only to free men from their bondage, to heal their illness, and to beat the ghosts out of them. Inwardly and outwardly, do try to kill everything that comes in your way. If the Buddha be in your way, kill the Buddha. If the patriarchs be in your way, kill the patriarchs. If the arhats be in your way, kill them. If your father and mother be in your way, kill them too. That is the only path to your liberation, your freedom. Be independent and cling to nothing. Even though heaven and earth are turned upside down, I doubt not. Even though all the Buddhas appear before my eyes, I have not the slightest gladness at heart. Even though the hellfire of all the 3 underworlds burst open before me, I have not the slightest fear. Recognize yourself. Wherefore do you seek here, and seek there for your Buddhas and your Bodhisattvas? Wherefore do you seek to get out of the three worlds? O ye fools, where do you want to go? All this from Suanqian and Isuan, written in the plain language, Paiwa, of the people, is Chinese Chan, which, I repeat, is no Chan at all. But the pious Buddhists insist on telling us that all this was not naturalism or nihilism, and was certainly not meant to be iconoclastic. They tell us that those great masters never intended to convey the sense which their plain and profane words seem to convey. They, we are told, talked in the language of Zen, which is beyond the ken of human understanding. The development of the method of Chan. The age of Chan as an epoch in the history of Chinese thought covered about 400 years, from about AD 700 to 1100. The first century and a half was the era of the great founders of Chinese Chan, the era of dangerous thinking, courageous doubting, and plain speaking. All authentic documents of that period show that the great masters, from Shenhui and Matsu to Suanqian and Isuan, taught and spoke in plain and unmistakable language, and did not resort to enigmatic words, gestures, or acts. Some of the famous enigmatic answers attributed to Matsu and his immediate disciples were undoubtedly very late inventions. But as the Chan schools became respectable and even fashionable in intellectual and political circles, there arose monks and lay dilettantes who talked and prattled in the language of the Chan masters without real understanding and without conviction. There was real danger that the great ideas of the founders of the Chan schools were deteriorating into what has been called Chan of the mouth corners, Kutu Chan. Moreover, Chan was rapidly replacing all other forms of Buddhism, and prominent Chan masters of the mountains were often called to head large city monasteries. They had to perform or officiate at many Buddhist rituals of worship demanded by the public or the state, even though they might sincerely believe that there were no Buddhas or Bodhisattvas. Were they free to tell their powerful patrons, on whom the institution had to rely for support, that the Buddha was a murderer who had seduced many people into the pitfalls of the devil? Could there be some other subtle but equally thought-provoking way of expressing what the earlier masters had said outspokenly? All these new situations, and probably many others, led to the development of a pedagogical method of conveying a truth through a great variety of strange and sometimes seemingly crazy gestures, words, or acts. Isuan himself was probably the first to introduce these techniques, for he was famous for beating his questioner with a stick or shouting a deafening shout at him. It was probably no accident that his school, the Linchi school, played most prominent part during the next 100 years in the development of the peculiar methodology of Chan instruction to take the place of plain speaking. But this methodology, with all its mad techniques, is not so illogical and irrational as it has often been described. A careful and sympathetic examination of the comparatively authentic records of the Chan schools and of the testimony of contemporary witnesses and critics has convinced me that beneath all the apparent madness and confusion there is a conscious and rational method which may be described as a method of education by the hard way, by letting the individual find our things through his own effort and through his own ever-widening life experience. Broadly speaking, there are 3 stages or phases in this pedagogical method. First, there is the basic principle which was stated as Pu Shopio, never tell too plainly. It is the duty of the teacher never to make things too easy for the novice. He must not explain things in too plain language. He must encourage him to do his own thinking and to find out things for himself. Fan died 1104, one of the greatest teachers of Chan, used to recite these lines of unknown authorship. You may examine and admire the embroidered drake, but the golden needle which made it, I'll not pass on to you. This is so important that Chu Shi, 1130 to 1200, the greatest Confucianist thinker and teacher of the 12th century, once said to his students, "The school of Confucius and that of Lao Tzu and Chuang Tzu left no great successors to carry on the work of the founders. But the Chan Buddhists can always find their own successors, and that is due to the fact that they are prepared to run the risk of explaining nothing in plain language, so that others may be left to do their own pondering and puzzling, out of which a real threshing out may result." One of the great Chan masters often said, "I owe everything to my teacher because he never explained anything plainly to me." Secondly, in order to carry out the principle of never tell too plainly, the Chan teachers of the 9th and 10th centuries devised a great variety of eccentric methods of answering questions. If a novice should ask some such questions as, "What is truth?" or "What is Buddhism?" the master would almost surely box him on the ear, or give him a beating with a cane, or retire into a stern silence. Some less rude teacher would tell the questioner to back to the kitchen and wash the dishes. Others would answer questions with seemingly meaningless or strikingly meaningful paradoxes. Thus, when the master Wen Yin died 949, founder of the Yunmen school, was asked, "What is the Buddha like?" He answered, "A dried stick of dung." This is so profanely iconoclastic that Suzuki probably deliberately mistranslates it as a dried-up dirt cleaner, which, of course, is incorrect and meaningless. Such an answer is not nonsensical at all. It harks back to the iconoclastic teachings of his spiritual grandfather, Sun Qian, who had actually said, "The Buddha is a dried piece of dung of the barbarians, and sainthood is only an empty name." Thus Liangqie died 869, one of the founders of the Tia Shaoshan school, when asked the same question, said quietly, "3 chen, about 3 pounds of hemp," which, too, is not meaningless if one remembers the naturalistic thinking of some of the masters of the earlier era. But the novice in all probability would not understand. So, he retires to the kitchen and washes the dishes. He is puzzled and feels ashamed of his failure to understand. After some time, he is told to leave the place and try his luck elsewhere. Here he begins the third stage of his education, the third and most important phase of the pedagogical method, which was called Xingqiao, traveling on foot. Those critics who call the Chan method irrational and mystical and, therefore, absolutely beyond the ken of human understanding, are men who fail to appreciate the great educational value of this third phase, which consists of sending the learner traveling from one hill to another, from one school to another, studying under one master and then another. Many of the famous Chan masters spent 15 or 20 or 30 years in traveling and studying under many well-known masters. Let me cite what Chu Shi said in deep appreciation of the value of traveling on foot in the Chan schools. The great leader of the Neo-Confucianist movement was sick in bed and was approaching his death, which came only a few months later. One of his favorite mature disciples, Si Chin Chun, had come to visit him and spend a few days at his school. One evening, Chu Shi in his sickbed said to the visitor, "Now you must emulate the monk's method of Xingqiao, traveling on foot." That will enable you to meet the best minds of the empire, to observe the affairs and conditions of the country, to see the scenery and topography of the mountains and rivers, and to study the historical traces of the rise and fall, peace and war, right and wrong, of the past and present governments. Only in that way may you see the truth in all its varied respects. There was never a sage who knew nothing of the affairs of the world. There was never a sage who could not deal with novel and changing situations. There was never a sage who sat alone in meditation behind closed doors. Let us return to our traveling novice who, as a monk, travels always on foot, carrying only a stick, a bowl, and a pair of straw sandals. He begs all the way for his food and lodging, often having to seek shelter in ruined temples, caves, or deserted houses by the roadside. He suffers the severities of nature, and sometimes has to bear the unkindness of men. He sees the world and meets all kinds of people. He studies under the great minds of the age, and learns to ask better questions, and have real doubts of his own. He befriends kindred souls, with whom he discusses problems and exchanges views. In this way, his experience is widened and deepened, and his understanding grows. Then, one day, he hears a chance remark of a charwoman, or a frivolous song of a dancing girl, or smells the quiet fragrance of a nameless flower, and he suddenly understands. How true! The Buddha was like a piece of dung. And how true! He is also like 3 pounds of hemp. All is so evident now. The bottom has dropped out of the bucket. The miracle has happened. And he travels long distances back to his old master, and, with tears, and with grandness at heart, he gives thanks and worships at the feet of his good teacher, who never made things easy for him. This is what I understand as the pedagogical method of Chinese Chan. This was what Chu Shi understood when he sang. Last night the spring floods swelled the water in the river. Today the huge ship floats, as if it were feather-weighted. What could not be pulled or pushed before, now moves on freely in the middle of the river. Was this Chan illogical and irrational, and beyond our intellectual understanding? I shall let Fa Yin, the great Chan master of the 11th century, answer this question. Fa Yin one day asked his audience, "What is the Chan in my place?" And he told this story, which both Nakaria and Suzuki have translated before, and which I now render as follows. There was a man who made his livelihood by being an expert burglar. He had a son who saw his father growing old and decided that he should learn a trade, so that he might support his parents in old age. One day the son said, "Father, teach me a trade." The father said, "Good." That night, the expert burglar took his son to a big house, where he made an opening in the wall, and both entered the house, and came to a large cabinet. The father opened the lock of the cabinet, and told his son to get inside. As soon as the son got in, the father closed the door of the cabinet, and replaced the lock securely. The father now made quite a noise to arouse the people in the house. He then left the house by the same way he had come in, and went home. The men and women in the great house were aroused from their sleep. They searched the house, and found a big hole in the wall, but nothing apparently had been stolen. Meanwhile, the boy in the locked cabinet was puzzled. "Why did father do this to me?" Then he realized that his problem was to get out. So, he imitated the sound of mice gnawing and tearing clothes. Very soon a lady heard the noises, and told a maid to open the cabinet and look into it with a candle. As soon as the cabinet was opened, the boy put out the light, pushed the maid away, and rushed to the hole in the wall. He got out and ran for his life. He was pursued by the men from the house. On the way, he picked up a stone and threw it into a pond, making a noise as if a body had fallen into the water. The men stopped to search the pond for the burglar's body. The boy took a bypath and ran home. When he saw his father, he shouted, "Father, why did you lock me in that cabinet?" The father said, "Don't ask silly questions. Tell me how you got out." When the son had told him how he escaped and got back, the father nodded his head and said, "Son, you have learned the trade." "That," added the master Fan, "is Chan in my place." That was Chinese Chan at the end of the 11th century. Authority and freedom in the ancient Asian world. Man's right to knowledge. First series, Tradition and Change. New York, H. Muschel, 1954. Pages 40 to 45. This is one of the 4 papers on man's ideas of society. My assigned topic is Authority and Freedom in the Ancient Asiatic World. It should include the ancient empires of Babylonia and Assyria, of the Medes and the Persians, India and China. But the tyranny of radio time and the unfortunate lack of literary material for reconstructing the social and political thinking of the ancient peoples of Western and Southwestern Asia have made it necessary for me to confine the scope of this paper to ancient China. Even the ancient Chinese world is too big. I shall have to further limit myself to the historical period roughly from the 8th century BC to the early years of the Christian era. From 800 BC down to the first unification of China in 221 BC, China was in an age of warring states. This age of frequent wars and intense international strife was also the age of intellectual maturity, the classical age of Chinese thought and literature. It is to this age that we shall turn for a brief view of man's ideas of society, and of the struggle between authority and freedom in the ancient Chinese world. I propose to consider briefly these 4 phases of the social and political thinking of ancient China. First, the fight against too much government. Second, the rise of the educated commoner as an active participant in government. Third, the rise of the authoritarian state and its success in unifying China by military conquest. Fourth, political stabilization after the downfall of the authoritarian state. In an age of frequent wars, economic barriers, heavy taxation, and conscript service, it is not surprising that Chinese political thinking should begin with a philosophical protest against too much government, an anarchistic war cry against too much restriction and interference. This protest came from the philosopher Lao Tzu of the 6th century BC, who cried out in indignation, "Why are the people starving? Because those above them eat up too much tax grain. That is why they are starving. Why are the people hard to rule? Because those above them interfere too much. That is why they are hard to rule. There are more and more restrictions and taboos, but the people are becoming poorer than ever. More and more laws and ordinances are being promulgated, but there are more thieves and robbers than ever. Therefore, says Lao Tzu, let the rulers learn from the way of heaven. The way of heaven does nothing, yet there is nothing that remains undone. All things become so of themselves. That is the way of heaven and of nature, and that should be the way of government." So sang the wise man of old. I do nothing, and the people will of themselves be transformed. I love quietude, and the people will of themselves go straight. I do not interfere, and the people will themselves be prosperous. Do nothing, Wu Wei, therefore, is his theory of government. The best kind of government, says he, is one whose existence is barely noticed by the people. The next is one which is beloved and praised. The next is one which is feared. And the next is one which is despised. So 25 centuries ago, Lao Tzu was preaching the political theory that the government is best which governs least, a theory of non-interference, non-assertion, laissez-faire. This extremely negative political philosophy must be understood as a timely protest against too much government. And precisely because it was a timely protest of the age, it has had great influence over Chinese political thought and institutions throughout the centuries. Confucius, 551 to 479 BC, who once studied under Lao Tzu, was a more practical thinker and made his great contribution to Chinese political development by his devotion to education. He was fond of describing himself as one who is never satiated of learning and never tired of teaching men. Men, says Confucius, are near to each other by nature. It is learning and practice that set them apart. Only the highest intelligence and the lowest stupidity cannot change. With education, there will be no classes. That is his democratic philosophy of education based on the equal teachability of men. The political significance of the educational movement led by Confucius and his school lies in the fact that they always conceived the objective of education as the cultivation of the individual for the service of society. In words of Confucius, it is to cultivate oneself so that he may give peace and happiness to all the people. As one who has a mission to give peace to the people, the scholar must carry himself with a sense of shame. He must not seek to live at the expense of degrading his human dignity. He may at times even sacrifice his life in order to preserve his dignity. One of his great disciples has best expressed this ideal. The scholar must needs be big-hearted and perseverant, for his burden is heavy and his journey is long. Humanity is the burden he places on himself. Isn't that a heavy burden? And death alone ends his toils. Isn't that a long journey? Mencius, of the 4th century BC, also often spoke of the scholar as having the moral responsibility of taking upon himself the burden of the world. Confucius did not propound any original political theory, but he founded an educational system which taught men the arts of self-cultivation and public service and the sense of social responsibility, so that in time they might help to bring about a peaceful revolution in the shape of active participation in government by a larger and larger number of qualified commoners. Thus far I have presented the liberal thinking of ancient China, ranging from the philosophical anarchism of Lao Tzu to the democratic educational ideal of Confucius. I shall now pass on to speak of the rise of a great totalitarian state, and of its philosophy. Ancient China, after 400 BC, was undergoing tremendous changes. Most of the many small states, including those with a highly advanced civilization, had disappeared or were being encroached upon by the great powers, of which there were 7. In the middle of the 4th century BC, one of the 7 great powers, the western state of Qin, was making itself into a most formidable militaristic state under an authoritarian political system heretofore unknown in Chinese history. In 360 BC, this state undertook a drastic scheme of military, economic, and political reorganization under the leadership of a statesman known in history as Lord Shang. Its sole objective was to train a warlike nation, and to achieve an industrial productivity to support its military power. All high honors of the state were reserved for the military service and for achievements in war. Even the nobles of royal blood must be graded anew on the basis of military service. Nobles without military distinction were degraded to commoners. The objective is to create a people that looks to warfare as a hungry wolf looks at a piece of meat. If the only gate to riches and honor is battle, then when the people hear that there is war, they will congratulate one another, at home and in the street, at their eating and drinking. All the songs they sing will be of war. A ruler who can make the people delight in war will become the king of kings. Equally important was the policy to promote the maximum increase of production in agriculture and textiles. Highest production in farming and weaving would be rewarded by exemption from conscript service. Idleness and private trading would be punished by forced labor. To enforce the new laws, the population was organized into small groups of 5 or 10 families each, and members of each group were required to watch over and report on each other. Successful exposure of crime through such spying and reporting was to be rewarded on the same scale as killing an enemy on the battlefield. Shielding a criminal would be punished with the same penalty as surrendering to the enemy in war. The whole system was to be based on the absolute certainty of all penalties and rewards. When the crown prince was found violating a law, his 2 tutors were held responsible and were punished by severe bodily torture. All public discussion of government policy, whether it be disapproval or even approval, was strictly forbidden. A government should tolerate no opposition and require no popular approval. This militaristic and totalitarian system was so effective that the state of Qin actually became the greatest military power of the age and was able to carry on sustained wars for territorial expansion in all directions. In the course of a century, she was able to complete her war for the conquest of the Chinese world. By 221 BC, the last of the great powers had fallen, and the king of Qin was proclaimed the first emperor of the first unified Chinese empire. In 213 BC, 8 years after the unification of China, the imperial government carried out a most drastic policy of book burning and prohibition of private teaching. The gist of this policy was that all history books not kept by the imperial historian shall be burned, that all books in the possession of private individuals shall be delivered to the local magistrates to be burned in their presence, that hereafter persons holding open discussions on the forbidden books shall be held liable to capital punishment, that all who uphold the authority of the ancients to criticize the present government shall be punished by death together with their families, and that anyone failing to burn his books within 30 days after the date of the decree shall be punished by hard labor. Only books on medicine, divination, and agriculture are exempt from this act. This totalitarian state, which was to last 10,000 generations, lasted only 15 years. The first emperor died in 210 BC. In the next year, a great revolution, started by a few officers of conscript soldiers from the south, spread in a few months all over the country. In 206 BC, 3 years after the start of the revolution, the great Qin Empire was overthrown. After a few years of struggle among the rival leaders of the revolution, China was once more unified under the Second Empire, the Empire of Han, founded by a revolutionary leader who came from the common people and knew what they wanted. When his revolutionary army triumphantly entered the capital city of the empire, he called a mass meeting of the elders of the people, and declared to them that he knew their long suffering under the tyrannical rule of the Qin Empire, and would abolish all its repressive laws. So he proclaimed that hereafter only 3 simple laws shall prevail, namely, that manslaughter shall be punished by death, and that assault and theft shall be justly punished according to the facts of each case. This early proclaimed policy to relieve the people from the authoritarian rule of too much government was consciously carried out by some of the great statesmen of the Han Empire. In 201 BC, the second year of the empire, a General Tsao, one of the great generals of the revolution, was made governor of the populous and economically advanced state of Qi on the eastern coast. He selected an old philosopher to be his chief advisor. This old man was a follower of Lao Tzu, and told the governor that the best way to govern this great state comprising 70 cities was to do nothing and give the people a rest. The governor religiously carried out this advice throughout his 9 years of governorship. The people became prosperous, and his administration was rated the best in the empire. When he was appointed prime minister of the empire in 193 BC, he again consciously practiced his philosophy on a national scale. In 179 BC, Wendy, a younger son of the founder of the empire, became the 3rd emperor and reigned 23 years, and his wife, the empress too, continued to exercise some influence over her son and grandson for another period of 22 years. This emperor and his wife were both believers in Lao Tzu's philosophy of do nothing. The empress was so fond of this philosophy that she made the Book of Lao Tzu required reading by all members of her own family and her husband's family. It was during these decades of the reign of Wendy and his wise wife that the old practice of collective family responsibility for crime was abolished, punishment by bodily mutilation was abolished, internal transit duties on goods were abolished, the land tax was reduced to the almost unbelievable rate of 1/30 of the produce, and a determined effort was made to refrain from all warfare on the frontiers. History tells us that these decades of deliberate experimentation with the philosophy of non-interference brought great prosperity to the people and wealth to the national treasury, and gave the nation a chance to recuperate from the long years of war and revolution, and to learn to appreciate the real benefits of a vast, unified empire with no tariff walls, with no large standing army, and with little interference from the authorities of the government. The first unified empire founded on militarism and totalitarian regimentation lasted 15 years. The Second Empire of Han, founded by a people's revolution and stabilized by long decades of conscious practice of laissez-faire, lasted 400 years, from 200 BC to 200 AD. At the height of its power and glory, as a census of the year 2 AD shows, the 103 provinces of the empire had a total population of nearly 60 million people, the largest empire of the ancient world. Young Wing, 100 years after his graduation. Unpublished script. At Yale University on June 13, 1954. Last year I was invited to take part in the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the founding of Yale in China. Tonight, I am once more honored by the Yale in China Association to take part in the celebration of the 100th anniversary of Dr. Young Wing's graduation from Yale. It is fitting and proper that this celebration should take place at Yale and be sponsored by the Yale in China Association. For Young Wing's life, work and influence may very properly be described as a Yale in China movement in a truly historical sense. And our gathering here tonight may also be historically described as a commemoration, not of the 100th, but the 115th anniversary of the real and earliest beginning of the Yale in China movement. The story began with the year 1839, when a Yale graduate, the Reverend Samuel Robbins Brown, was invited by the Morrison Educational Society of Macau to be the headmaster of its newly established school. In his first 2 years, Brown had only 5 Chinese lads, 2 of whom were said to have been picked up in the streets. In his 3rd year, another boy named Young Wing was added to the school. Those 6 lads formed no mean start of the Yale in China movement. One of them was Wang Fun, Huang Quan, who came with Young Wing to America in 1847, and 2 years later was sent by his Scots patrons to Edinburgh, where he was the first Chinese to graduate in a Western medical school. After his return to China, he practiced medicine and surgery in Canton and became well known as one of the greatest surgeons east of the Mediterranean. Another of the 6 was Tong Chick, better known as Tang Chingxing, who became the founder and first Director General of the China Merchant Steamship and Navigation Company. Thus was begun the first Yale in China, first at Macau and afterward in Hong Kong. After serving 7 years, the Reverend Samuel Robbins Brown was forced by ill health to resign and return to America early in 1847. But before sailing, he invited his pupils to volunteer to go with him to America to complete their education there. 3 boys responded, Young Wing, Wang Fun, and Wang Xing. They went with Brown and entered Monson Academy at Monson, Massachusetts. Wang Xing soon returned to China because of poor health. Wang Fun left in 1849 for Scotland. Young Wing alone remained and entered Yale College, where he graduated in 1854, 1 year after the class of Andrew Dixon White, who founded my alma mater, Cornell University, and 2 years after the class of Daniel Cole Gilman, founder and first president of Johns Hopkins University. Returning to China in the winter of 1854–55, Young Wing found his mother country in the throes of a great rebellion, the Taiping Rebellion, which had begun a few years before and was to last another decade after his return. After some employment in Canton and Hong Kong, Young Wing went to Shanghai, where the Protestant missionaries were carrying on a very active movement of translation of authoritative works of science into Chinese. The great Chinese scholar and mathematician Li Shanlong was assisting Alexander Wiley in translating the untranslated books of Euclid's Elements and J. M. F. W. Herschel's Astronomy. Li was also assisting Joseph Edkins in translating William Whewell's elementary treatise on mechanics. Other learned missionaries were being assisted by other Chinese scholars in rendering other scientific works into Chinese. The method of such cooperative translations was for the foreign scholar to explain the text in oral Chinese to the Chinese scholar, who then put it in the Chinese literary style. Young Wing came to know these men, but he took no part in this translation work. In all probability, such difficult and unsatisfactory methods of cooperative translation between foreign scholars, who could not write Chinese, and Chinese scholars, who could not understand the language of the original work and of the foreign translator, must have set Young Wing to some serious thinking, and rekindled his lifelong dream of sending Chinese youths to study in America, and thereby to qualify themselves directly to introduce the new science of the West into China. It was Li Shanlong who in years later introduced Young Wing to the great Chinese statesman Sang Quifan. In 1863, Viceroy Tsang invited Young to visit him at Anqing. The Taiping Rebellion was drawing to its end, and the Chinese statesmen were planning for the work of national reconstruction. Young was asked to go to America to purchase machinery for a new government arsenal at Shanghai. Young Wing made the trip by way of Europe and Great Britain and bought the machinery in New England. The new arsenal was set up, which soon developed into the famous Qiangnan Arsenal. At Young's suggestion, a school was attached to it for the training of native mechanics. In later years, the arsenal had a language school and a famous department of translation in which Chinese and Western scholars succeeded in translating over 200 works on science, engineering, history of the Western nations, and international law. Then in 1870, Young Wing had the opportunity to present to Sang Quifan and other leaders his plan for sending Chinese youths to study in American schools and universities. The project was finally incorporated into a memorial, which Sang and Li Hungchang jointly presented to the throne. In 1871, the imperial court gave sanction to the project, and the viceroys Sang and Li were commanded to carry out its details. Thus was begun the Chinese educational mission, the brainchild of Young Wing. Briefly, this project included these provisions. 1. 120 students were to be selected throughout the empire, and were to be sent to America in 4 years at the rate of 30 students a year. It was a 4-year plan which, if successful, was to be continued indefinitely. 2. The students were to be of the age of 10 to 14 years. 3. They were to remain abroad for a period of 15 or 16 years, including grammar school, high school, college, and postgraduate courses and observations in European countries. 4. Chinese teachers were to accompany them to keep up their Chinese studies. 5. They were not to return on their own account. And on their return, they were to enter the services of the Chinese government, and not to engage in private enterprise. 6. The funds for the maintenance of the students and the upkeep of the Chinese educational mission, estimated to total about 1,200,000 taels of silver, were to be supplied by the Imperial Customs Administration at Shanghai. To these provisions may be added a 7th, which Young Wing adopted after consulting President Porter of Yale College and other educators, namely, that the students were not to be kept together in one large group, but to be placed in small groups of 2 or 3 in the care of selected American families in the villages and towns of the Connecticut Valley. The first group of 30 left China in August 1872. The second group of 30 left in June 1873. The third group of 30 left in September 1874. The last group of 30 left in October 1875. Owing to the conservatism of some of Young Wing's Chinese colleagues and teachers, and to their strong criticisms of the students' free and independent ways of Americanized living and playing, the Chinese educational mission was ordered in June 1881 to be abolished, and all its students were ordered to return to China. Death and expulsion had slightly diminished the number. About 105 returned to China in 1881. Such was the tragic ending of Young Wing's Chinese educational mission. The late Professor William Lyon Phelps of Yale has devoted a whole chapter in his autobiography to a most charming description of his Chinese schoolmates. Several of Young Wing's boys have left records of their happy life at school and in the American homes of this region. They have also written about their bitter experiences on their enforced return to China. We may now ask, was Young Wing's educational plan a failure? Wherein has it failed? Wherein has it achieved some success in spite of its abrupt ending? Was it a success in its long range of effects and influences in China? Undoubtedly, the premature recall of all the students was a fundamental cause of the failure of the mission. The 1872 group had only 9 years in America. The 1873 group had only 8 years. The 1874 had only 7 years. And the last group of 1875 had only 6 years. Only very few of the boys had just completed their 4-year college education. Most of the later comers had barely finished high school. None of the first 100 had postgraduate work. Only 3 of them became distinguished leaders in their specialized profession. Jean Tianyao, Chan Tianyu, who had graduated from the Sheffield School at Yale in civil engineering in 1881, became the first Chinese engineer to build the Chinese railway from Peking to Calgon. Wu Yansang, Y.T. Wu, who after his return to China, had the good fortune to be sent out to London to study mining engineering at the Royal School of Mines, played an important role in the development of mining in China. The third man, Jan Tiansong, Cheng Tingxiang, was recalled in 1881, but ran back to the U.S. in 1883 to finish his engineering studies. He never returned to China, but became well known in New York as a consulting engineer, and was one of the engineers who designed and erected the Brooklyn Bridge. He invented the Jan's coupling for railway cars and many other mechanical devices. Because their college training had been incomplete, the great majority of the first 100 had to start life in China as interpreters and secretaries in government service, where a knowledge of the English language was needed in dealing with foreigners. They had to wait many years before they could rise up in the long ladder of Chinese officialdom, and gradually, with the changing times, take up responsible positions in the imperial customs, in the mines, and in the newly expanded consular and diplomatic services. Moreover, because they had left the country at a very young age, they were mostly deficient in the use of the Chinese literary language. The original plan of bringing Chinese teachers to keep up their Chinese studies was defeated when the boys had to be widely distributed among many American homes, and the Chinese educational mission building where they were to be taught Chinese lessons during their vacation time came to be detested by the light-hearted boys who nicknamed it the Hell House. None of the first 100 wrote or published a book in Chinese. None translated a Western work into Chinese. They made little contribution to the intellectual life of China. These were some of the aspects in which Young Wing's plan seems to have failed. But as we now look back, 100 years after his graduation, and 82 years after the founding of the Chinese educational mission, and 73 years after the abrupt recall of the first 100, we must realize that his dream has come true in its slow but far-reaching effects and influences in the life of the Chinese people. First of all, to have secured the support of such great leaders as Sang Quafan and Li Hongchang for his scheme of educating Chinese youths in America was in itself a great success. It meant official recognition and imperial sanction. It meant social responsibility and civic and political opportunity for the foreign-educated student. When the Young Wing Plan was first inaugurated in 1871–72, there was practically no response from North China and Central China to the call for students to be sent abroad. Only 20% of the first two groups of 60 students came from regions outside of Canton. But the idea spread, and 40% of the last two groups of 60 were youths who came from the provinces of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Anhui. It is interesting to note that the autobiography of Su Jun, who was personally in charge of arrangements for the transportation of all the 120 students to America in 1872–75, spoke of several students who, after their failure in the examination of 1875, were given financial support by their own families so that they could sail to America with the successful candidates. In the second place, those students who were prematurely recalled, in spite of their incomplete education, did fill an important gap in the history of China's modernization, and they rendered on the whole a needed and quite credible service to China in the new navy, the customs administration, the mines, the railways, and the consular and diplomatic services. Their age was the era of China's greatest humiliation at the hands of the aggressive powers of Europe and Asia. China suddenly realized that she urgently needed men of Western education and training in all her dealing with the foreign countries. And Young Wing's men did their part in that transitional age, and a number of them arose to political and industrial prominence, which rendered still greater respectability to the returned student, and furthered the movement to send students abroad. Thirdly, Young Wing's first 100 were in a true sense the pioneers, the vanguard of the 20,000 Chinese students who have in the last 50 or 60 years come to study in the American institutions of higher learning and research. Intellectual exodus, like all other forms of voluntary immigration, always follows the beaten track opened up by the early pioneers. Young Wing's boys were recalled, but their friends and students continued to flock to New England and the Atlantic coast of the U.S., and thence to spread out to other parts of the American Republic. And, lastly, because of the great kindness the first 100 of Chinese students received in their schools and colleges and the Christian homes of the Connecticut Valley, and because of the great respect and affection they always felt for Dr. Young Wing, those early pioneer students, one of them is still living at the age of 94, never forgot their beloved leader and master, nor the wonderful days of the Chinese educational mission. So, when in 1908 the U.S. government proposed to remit the surplus portion of Boxer Indemnity Fund, it was Liang Tumyin, one of the Young Wing boys at Hartford and Yale, one of the famous baseball players of the team of Orientals, who, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, conducted the negotiations for the remission. It was during the negotiation that the Chinese government volunteered the pledge to use the fund for educating Chinese students in America. It was Tang Xiaoyi, another of the first 100, who was the special envoy to come to Washington to thank the U.S. government for the return of the indemnity. It was Tong Kai's son, Tang Quan, another of Young's boys, who helped to found the Tsinghua College in Peking for the preparation of Chinese youths to be sent to America, and who accompanied the first group of 47 selected students to the United States in 1909. He became the first president of Tsinghua College, which later developed into one of the greatest universities in modern China. And when in 1909 an office was set up in Washington, D.C., for the administration of the indemnity students, the man who established that office was my old friend and colleague, Young Kwai, nephew of Young Wing, and one of the 1873 group. And that office was once more named the Chinese Educational Mission, in remembrance of the early C.E.M. founded by Young Wing at Hartford, Connecticut, in 1872. Of the over 20,600 Chinese students that have studied in American institutions during the last 100 years, more than 2,000, that is, 10% of the total, have been holders of Tsinghua scholarships or partial scholarships administered by the New Chinese Educational Mission. Dr. Yang Wing died in April 1912, 3 months after the founding of the Chinese Republic, and 3 years after the reestablishment of the Chinese Educational Mission in Washington. And the memory and influence of Yang Wing and his dream plan have lived on, not only in the 2,000 students of the New Chinese Educational Mission, but also in the lives of all the 20,000 students who in the last 100 years have followed his footsteps to study in this country, and who on their return have served their mother country in their respective callings, and have played their roles in the building of a new China dimly, but devotedly envisioned by Yang Wing a century ago. The Scientific Spirit and Method in Chinese Philosophy. Charles A. Moore edition, The Chinese Mind, Essentials of Chinese Philosophy and Culture. Honolulu, University of Hawaii Press, 1962. Pages 104 to 131. 1. In the course of the past work in East-West philosophy, the question has been raised as to whether there was science in the East, and why the East developed little or no science. To the first question, some of the answers seem definitely in the negative. So the West generated the natural sciences, as the East did not, said Professor Wilman Henry Sheldon. And Professor Filmer S. C. Northrop said, there is very little science in the East beyond the most obvious and elementary information of the natural history type. To the second question as to why there was very little or no science in the East, the answers vary. But the most challenging and provocative answer has come from Northrop, who declares, a culture which admits only concepts by intuition is automatically prevented from developing science of the Western type beyond the most elementary, inductive, natural history stage. As defined by Northrop, concepts by intuition are those which denote, and the complete meaning of which is given by, something which is immediately apprehended. This is Northrop's theory. Formal reasoning and deductive science are not necessary if only concepts by intuition are used in a given culture. If what science and philosophy attempt to designate is immediately apprehended, then obviously all that one has to do in order to know it is to observe and contemplate it. The methods of intuition and contemplation become the sole trustworthy modes of inquiry. It is precisely this which the East affirms, and precisely why its science has never progressed for long beyond the initial natural history stage of development to which concepts by intuition restrict one. This theory is concisely expressed in these words. The East used doctrine built out of concepts by intuition, whereas Western doctrine has tended to be constructed out of concepts by postulation. I have no intention to go into the details of this Northropian theory, which must have been familiar to us who have followed our philosopher friend all these 20 years. I only wish to point out that this theory of bifurcation of East and West is unhistorical and untrue as far as the intellectual history of the East is concerned. In the first place, there is no race or culture which admits only concepts by intuition. Indeed, there is no man who admits only concepts by intuition. Man is by nature a thinking animal, whose daily practical needs compel him to make inferences for better or for worse, and he often learns to make better and surer inferences. It has been truly said that inference is the business man never ceases to engage in. And in making inferences, man must make use of all his powers of perception, observation, imagination, generalization and postulation, induction and deduction. In that way, man develops his common sense, his stock of empirical knowledge, his wisdom, his civilization and culture. And, in the few centers of continuous intellectual and cultural tradition, man, of the East and of the West, in the course of time, has developed his science, religion, and philosophy. I repeat, there is no culture which admits only the so-called concepts by intuition, and which is automatically prevented from developing science of the Western type. In the second place, I wish to point out that, in attempting to understand the East and the West, what is needed is a historical approach, a historical attitude of mind, rather than a technical terminology for comparative philosophy. Northrop includes among his examples of concepts by postulation these items: centaurs, the opening sentence of the fourth Gospel, the concept of God the Father, the Christianity of St. Paul, of St. Augustine, and St. Thomas Aquinas, as well as the atoms of Democritus, the atomic models of Bohr's and Rutherford's classical atomic physics, and the space-time continuum of Einstein's physics. Surely, one can find 1,000 imaginary concepts in the mythological and religious literature of India and China that can compare with the Greek concept of centaurs. And, surely, one can point to many scores of religious ideas in India and China that can compare with the concept of God contained in the first sentence of the fourth Gospel. Are we not justified in calling a halt to such bifurcating terminology that tends to emphasize a difference between East and West which historically does not exist? I would like very much, therefore, to present here what I mean by the historical approach to the comparative study of philosophy. Briefly, the historical approach means that all past differences in the intellectual, philosophical, and religious activities of man, East and West, have been historical differences, produced, conditioned, shaped, grouped, and often seemingly perpetuated by geographical, climatic, economic, social, and political, and even individual or biographical factors, all of which are capable of being studied and understood historically, rationally, and intelligently. Through this historical approach, patient and fruitful studies and researches can then be conducted, always seeking to be understood, never merely to laugh, or to cry, or to despair. It may be that, through this historical approach, we may find that, after all, there are more similarities than differences in the philosophies and religions of East and West, and that whatever striking differences have existed are no more than differences in the degree of emphasis brought about by a peculiar combination of historical factors. It may be that, through this historical approach, we may better understand the rise and rapid development of what has been called science of the Western type, not as an isolated or exclusive creation of any chosen people, but only as the natural product of an unusually happy combination of many historical forces. It may be that, as a result of patient historical researches, we may better understand that none of those historical forces, nor a combination of them, will ever automatically prevent or permanently incapacitate any race or culture from learning, adopting, developing, and even excelling in the intellectual activities historically initiated and developed by any other race. To say that any culture is automatically prevented from developing science of the Western type is to despair prematurely, but to seek to understand what historical forces have conspired to give the nations of Europe the glory of leading the entire world by at least fully 400 years in the development of modern science, and, on the other hand, what other historical forces, or what combinations of such forces have been largely responsible for retarding or even crushing such scientific development by any race or culture throughout historic times, not excepting the Greco-Roman Christian culture throughout the Middle Ages. That would be a legitimate ambition not unworthy of such a learned assembly of philosophers and historians of philosophy. 2. It is in the direction of suggesting some such historical approach to comparative philosophy that I have prepared this paper with a rather immodest title, The Scientific Spirit and Method in Chinese Philosophy. I have deliberately left out the scientific content of Chinese philosophy, not merely for the obvious reason that content seems so insignificant compared with the achievement of Western science in the last 4 centuries, but also because I am of the opinion that, in the historical development of science, the scientific spirit or attitude of mind and the scientific method are of far more importance than any practical or empirical results of the astronomer, the calendar reformer, the alchemist, the physician, or the horticulturist. This point of view has been eloquently presented by Dr. James B. Conant, former president of Harvard University, and a first-rank scientist in his own right, in his lectures on understanding science. Let me, therefore, quote him. Who were the precursors of those early investigators who in the 16th and 17th centuries set the standards for exact and impartial inquiries? Who were the spiritual ancestors of Copernicus, Galileo, and Vesalius? Not the casual experimenter or the artful contrivers of new mechanical devices, who gradually increased our empirical knowledge of physics and chemistry during the Middle Ages. These men passed on to subsequent generations many facts and valuable methods of attaining practical ends, but not the spirit of scientific inquiry. For the burst of new ardor in disciplined intellectual inquiry, we must turn to a few minds steeped in the Socratic tradition, and to those early scholars who first recaptured the culture of Greece and Rome by primitive methods of archaeology. In the first period of the Renaissance, the love of dispassionate search for the truth was carried forward by those who were concerned with man and his works rather than with inanimate or animate nature. During the Middle Ages, interest in attempts to use the human reason critically and without prejudice, to probe deeply without fear and favor, was kept alive by those who wrote about human problems. In the early days of the revival of learning, it was the humanists' exploration of antiquity that came nearest to exemplifying our modern ideas of impartial inquiry. Petrarch, Boccaccio, Machiavelli, and Erasmus, far more than the alchemists, must be considered the precursors of the modern scientific investigator. Likewise, Rabelais and Montaigne, who carried forward the critical philosophic spirit, must be counted, it seems to me, among the forerunners of the modern scientists. I believe that the position taken by President Conant is essentially correct. It is interesting to note that he gave his lectures a subtitle, An Historical Approach. From this historical standpoint, the love of dispassionate search for the truth, the interest in attempts to use the human reason critically and without prejudice, to probe deeply without fear and favor, the ardor in disciplined intellectual inquiry, the setting of standards for exact and impartial inquiry. These are characteristics of the spirit and method of scientific inquiry. It is these aspects of the scientific spirit and method, as they are found in the intellectual and philosophical history of China, that will form the main body of my paper. 3. To begin with, there was undoubtedly a Socratic tradition in the intellectual heritage of classical China. The tradition of free question and answer, of free discussion, independent thinking, and doubting, and of eager and dispassionate search for knowledge was maintained in the school of Confucius, 551 to 479 BC. Confucius often described himself as one who learns without satiety and teaches without being wearied, and as one who loves antiquity and is earnest in seeking to know it. On one occasion, he spoke of himself as one who is so eager to know that he forgets to eat, whose cares are lost in moments of rapturous triumph, unmindful of the coming of old age. That was the man who founded and molded the orthodoxy of the Chinese intellectual life of the past 25 centuries. There was much in Confucius that reminds us of Socrates. Like Socrates, Confucius always professed that he was not a wise man, but a man who loved knowledge. He said, "He who knows does not rank with him who loves knowledge, and he who loves knowledge does not rank with him who really delights in it." An interesting feature in the Confucian tradition is a deliberate encouragement of independent thinking and doubt. Thus Confucius spoke of his most gifted student, Yan Hui. "Hui is no help to me. He is always satisfied with what I say." But he also said, "I often talk to Hui for a whole day, and he, like a dullard, never raises an objection. But when he is gone and I examine his private life, I find him fully capable of developing my ideas. Hui is no dullard." Confucius apparently wanted no docile disciples who would feel pleased with everything he said. He wanted to encourage them to doubt and raise objections. This spirit of doubt and questioning was best shown in Mencius, who openly declared that to accept the whole book of history as trustworthy is worse than to have no book of history at all, and that of the essay Wu Xiecheng, a section of the book of history, he would accept no more than 2 or 3 bamboo pages. Mencius also suggested a free and independent attitude of mind as a necessary prerequisite to the understanding of the Book of Odes, Shi Qing. The best-known Confucian dictum is, "Learning without thinking is labor lost. Thinking without learning is perilous." He himself, however, seemed to be always inclined to the side of learning. He said of himself, "I have often spent a whole day without food and a whole night without sleep to think. But it was of no use. It is better to study. Study as if life were too short and you were on the point of missing it. He who learns the truth in the morning may die in the evening without regret." That was China's Socratic tradition. Intellectual honesty was an important part of this tradition. "You," said Confucius to one of his students, "shall I tell you what knowledge is? To hold that you know a thing when you know it, and to hold that you do not know when you really do not know, that is knowledge." When on another occasion the same student asked Confucius how to serve the spirits and the gods, Confucius said, "We have not yet learned to serve men. How can we serve the spirits?" The questioner then asked about death, and the master said, "We do not yet know life. How do we know death?" This was not evading the questions. It was an injunction to be intellectually honest about things one does not really know. Such an agnostic position about death and the gods and spirits has had lasting influence on Chinese thought in subsequent ages. That, too, was China's Socratic tradition. In recent decades, doubt has been raised about the historicity of the man Lao Tzu, or Lao Tan, and about the authenticity and the dating of the ancient book known as the Book of Lao Tzu. But I, for one, still believe that Confucius was at one time a student of and an apprentice to the older philosopher Lao Tzu, whose influence in the direction of a naturalistic conception of the universe and of a laissez-faire, wu-wei, philosophy of government can be observed in the thinking of Confucius himself. To have postulated a naturalistic view of the universe at so early a date, the 6th century BC, was truly revolutionary. The ancient Chinese notion of Tian, heaven, or Ti, supreme God, as represented in the songs and hymns of the Book of Odes, was that of a knowing, feeling, loving, and hating supreme ruler of men and the universe. And the fate of men was also supposed to be in the hands of all kinds of gods and spirits. In place of such an anthropomorphic deity, or deities, an entirely new philosophic concept was proposed. There is something of indeterminate origin, and born before heaven and earth. Without voice and without body, it stands alone and does not change. It moves everywhere, but is never exhausted. It may be regarded as the mother of the universe. I do not know its name. I call it the Wei Tao, and perforce designate it the Great Tao. So, the new principle was postulated as the Wei Tao, that is, a process, an all-pervading and everlasting process. The Wei becomes so of itself, Tzu Jan, and all things become so of themselves. The Wei Tao does nothing, yet it leaves nothing undone. That is the central idea of this naturalistic conception of the universe. It became the cornerstone of a political theory of non-activity, non-interference, laissez-faire, wu-wei. The best ruler is one whose existence is scarcely noticed by the people. And the same idea was developed into a moral philosophy of humility, of non-resistance to evil and violence. The supreme good is likened to water, which benefits all things and resists none. The weak and yielding always wins over the hard and strong. There is always the great executioner that executes. That is the great way, which does nothing but leaves nothing undone. To do the executing for the great executioner is like doing the chopping for the master carpenter. He who does the chopping for the master carpenter rarely escapes injuring his own hand. Such was the naturalistic tradition formed by Lao Tzu, the teacher of Confucius. But there was a fundamental difference between the teacher and his student. Confucius was a historically minded scholar and a great teacher and educator, whereas Lao Tzu was a nihilist in his conception of knowledge and civilization. The ideal utopia of Lao Tzu was a small state with a small population, where all the inventions of civilization, such as ships and carriages, which multiplied human power by 10 times and 100 times, are not to be put in use, and where the people would restore the use of knotted cords instead of writing. Always let the people have no knowledge, and therefore no desires. How different is this intellectual nihilism from Confucius' democratic philosophy of education, which says, "With education there will be no classes." But the naturalistic conception of the universe, as it was germinated in the Book of Lao Tzu and more fully developed in subsequent centuries, has been a most important philosophical heritage from the classical age. Naturalism itself best exemplifies the spirit of courageous doubt and constructive postulation. Its historical importance fully equals that of the humanist heritage left by Confucius. Whenever China has sunk deep into irrationality, superstition, and otherworldliness, as she has done several times in her long history, it was always the naturalism of Lao Tzu and the philosophical Taoists, or the humanism of Confucius, or a combination of the two, that would arise and try to rescue her from her sluggish slumbers. The first great movement, to use the human reason critically, and to probe deeply without fear and favor, in the face of the state religion of the Han Empire, was such a combination of the naturalistic philosophy of Taoism and the spirit of doubt and intellectual honesty that was the most valuable heritage handed down from Confucius and Mencius. The greatest representative of that movement of criticism was Wang Xiecheng, AD 27 ca. 100, author of a book of 85 essays called the Luan Heng, Essays in Criticism. Wang Xiecheng spoke of his own essays in these words: "One sentence sums up my essays. I hate falsehood. Right is made to appear wrong, and falsehood is regarded as truth. How can I remain silent? When I read current books of this kind, when I see truth overshadowed by falsehood, my heart beats violently and my brush trembles in my hand. How can I be silent? When I criticize them, I examine them in my reasoning power, check them against facts, and show up their falsehood by setting up proofs." He was criticizing the superstitions and falsehoods of his age, of which the greatest and most powerful were the central doctrines of catastrophes, psi, and anomalies, I, which the state religion of the Han Empire, under the name of Confucianism, interpreted as warnings sent by a benevolent and all-seeing God, or Heaven Tian, to terrify the rulers and governments, so that they might repent and reform their acts of misrule. This religion of Han Confucianism had been formulated by a number of philosopher-statesmen of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC who were justifiably worried by the real problem of how to deal with the unlimited power of the absolute monarchy in a vast unified empire, and who, consciously or semi-consciously, had hit upon the religious weapon and had worked out an elaborate theology of reciprocal relationship between Heaven Tian and the rulers of men, which seemed to have been able to hold the absolute sovereigns in awe throughout the several centuries of the Han dynasties. This theology of the state religion of catastrophes and anomalies was best expressed by Tung Chengshu, ca. 179 ca. 104 BC, who spoke like a prophet and with authority. "The action of man, when it reaches the highest level of good and evil, that is, when it becomes government action affecting vast numbers, will flow into the course of heaven and earth and cause reciprocal reverberations in their manifestations. When a state is on the verge of ruin, heaven will cause catastrophes, such as floods, famines, great fires, to befall earth as warnings to the ruler. When these are not hearkened to, heaven will cause strange anomalies, such as sun eclipses, comets, unusual movements of planets, to appear to terrify the ruler into repentance. But when even these anomalies fail to check his misrule, then ruin will come. All this shows that heaven is always kind to the ruler and anxious to protect him from destruction." This theology of intimate reciprocal reverberations between heaven and the rulers of men was supposedly based on an elaborate interpretation of the pre-Confucian Book of History and the Confucian Chen Si Chiyu Annals, Spring and Autumn Annals, which recorded numerous unusual events on earth and in the heavens, including 36 eclipses of the sun and 5 earthquakes between 722 and 481 BC. But the canonical classics of established Confucianism were not enough for the support of this fanatic and fantastic theology, which had to be reinforced by an ever-increasing crop of apocryphal works known as the Wei, Wu's, or interweaving aids to the canon, and Thekan, prophecies, which are collections of bits of empirical knowledge intermixed with hundreds of astrological fantasies. It is a historical fact that this state religion of pseudo-Confucianism, at the height of its glory, was taken so seriously that many a prime minister was dismissed, and one was forced by the emperor to commit suicide, all because of the belief in heaven's warning in the form of catastrophes and abnormalities. One of the three great medieval religions was in full sway over the empire. It was against the basic idea of a reciprocal responsive relationship between a teleological God and the rulers of men that Wang Xiecheng was directing his main criticism. He was criticizing the theology of the established religion of the empire. The worldview with which he set out to attack the current theology was the naturalistic philosophy of Lao Tzu and the Taoists. He said, "The way Tao of heaven is that it does nothing, and all things become so by themselves. If heaven were to give warnings to men or mete out punishments, that would be doing things and not things, becoming so of themselves." Those who hold that catastrophic and abnormal occurrences were purposeful warnings from heaven are in reality degrading the dignity of the great heaven by interpreting natural phenomena in terms of human action. They are therefore not convincing at all. For, he pointed out, heaven is most exalted, and man is tiny. Man's place between heaven and earth is like that of a flea inside one's clothes, or that of an ant in an anthill. Surely it is absolutely impossible for man, with his tiny body of 7 feet to hope, to bring about any response from the vast atmosphere of the great firmament. That is why Wang Xiecheng said that the doctrine of reciprocal response between heaven and man was in reality degrading the dignity of the great heaven. And he offered to prove that man and all things in the universe were never purposefully produced by heaven and earth, but were accidentally so of themselves. It is wrong to hold that man is born of heaven and earth purposely. Certain fluids are combined, and man is born accidentally. All things are formed of fluid, qi, and each species reproduces itself. If it were true that heaven purposely produced all living things in the world, then heaven should make them all love each other, and not allow them to injure or prey on each other. But there are tigers and wolves, poisonous snakes and insects, which prey on man. Can we say that it is the purpose of heaven to create man for the use of those ferocious and poisonous animals? The first century of the Christian era was a period of calendar reform under the Han Empire, and Wang Xiecheng made full use of the astronomical knowledge of his age to expose the folly of the current theological doctrine of catastrophes and anomalies as warnings from heaven against the evil acts or policies of the rulers of the empire. He said, "There is one eclipse of the sun in about 41 or 42 months, and there is one eclipse of the moon in about 6 months. Solar and lunar eclipses are regular occurrences which have nothing to do with government policies. And this is true of the hundreds of anomalies and thousands of calamities, none of which is necessarily caused by the action of the rulers of men." But Wang Xiecheng more frequently cited facts of everyday experience as proofs or evidences in his numerous criticisms of the superstitions or falsehoods of his age. He offered 5 tests, to prove that thunder was not the wrath of heaven, but only a kind of fire generated by the friction of the yin and yang fluids in the air. And he produced many a proof to support his thesis that there were no ghosts or spirits. One of those proofs is most ingenious and so far irrefutable. If a ghost is the spirit of the dead man, then the ghost should be seen only in naked form, and could not be seen with clothes on his body. For surely the cloth or silk can have no soul or spirit to survive destruction. How can it be explained that ghosts have never been seen in naked form, but always with clothes on? So much for my favorite philosopher, Wang Xiecheng. I have told his story to show how the spirit of courageous doubt and intellectual honesty of the classical age of Chinese philosophy could survive centuries of oblivion, and would arise to carry on the fight of human reason against ignorance and falsehood, of creative doubt and constructive criticism against superstition and blind authority. To dare to doubt and question without fear and favor is the spirit of science. To check falsehoods against facts and to expose them by setting up proofs constitute the procedure of science. 4. The rest of my paper will be devoted to a brief interpretative report on a great movement in the history of Chinese thought which started out with the ambitious slogan of investigation of the reason of all things and extension of human knowledge to the utmost, but which ended in improving and perfecting a critical method of historical research and thereby opening up a new age of revival of classical learning. That great movement has been called the Neo-Confucian movement because it was a conscious movement to revive the thought and culture of pre-Buddhist China, to go back directly to the humanist teaching of Confucius and his school, in order to overthrow and replace the much Indianized, and therefore un-Chinese, thought and culture of medieval China. It was essentially a Confucian movement, but it must be noted that the Neo-Confucian philosophers frankly accepted a naturalistic cosmology which was at least partially of Taoist origin, and which was preferred probably because it was considered to be more acceptable than the theological and teleological cosmology of the Confucian religion since the Han Dynasty, 206 B.C. A.D. 220. Here was another case of a combination of the naturalism of Lao Tzu and the philosophical Taoists, and the humanism of Confucius once more rising in protest and rebellion against what were considered as the un-Chinese otherworldly religions of medieval China. This new Confucian movement needed a new logical method, a novum organum, which it found in a little essay of post-Confucian origin entitled The Great Learning, an essay of about 1,700 Chinese characters. From that little essay, the founders of Neo-Confucianism picked out one statement, which they understood to mean that the extension of knowledge lies in the investigation of things. That soon became one of the central doctrines in the philosophy of the school of the Xiecheng brothers, Xiecheng Hao, also called Xiecheng Mingtao, 1032 to 1085, and Xiecheng I, also called Xiecheng I Xiechuen, 1033 to 1107, especially as that philosophy was interpreted and reorganized by the great Chu Shi, 1130 to 1200. The investigation of things was further interpreted to mean seeking exhaustively to investigate the reason, Li, in all things. What are things? According to the Xiecheng Chu school, the scope of things was as extensive as nature itself, including every grass and every shrub, as well as the height of the heavens and the thickness of the earth. But such a conception of the things to be investigated was beyond the capability of the philosophers, who were men of affairs and politicians as well as thinkers and teachers of men. They were more vitally interested in the moral and political problems of men than in the investigation of the reason or law in every grass or shrub. So Xiecheng I himself began to narrow down the scope of things to three categories: the study of books, the study of men of the past and the present, and the study of what is right in dealing with practical affairs. Always begin with what is nearest to you, he said. And Chu Shi, the greatest of the Sung, 960-1279, philosophers, and the most eloquent and untiring exponent of the philosophy of the investigation of the reason in all things, devoted his whole life to the study and exposition of the classics of Confucianism. His commentary on the 4 books, the New Testament, of Neo-Confucianism, and his commentaries on the Book of Oaths and the Book of Changes were accepted as the standard texts for 7 centuries. The philosophy of the investigation of the reason in all things was now definitely applied to the limited field of classical studies. Truly inspired by the Socratic tradition of Confucius, Chu Shi worked out a set of principles on the spirit, the method, and the procedure of investigation and research. He said, "Investigate with an open mind. Try to see the reason, Li, with an open mind. And with an open mind follow reason wherever it leads you." "What is an open mind?" Chu Shi said. "Retreat one step back and think it over. That is the open mind. Do not press your own opinion too much forward. Suppose you put your own opinion aside for a while and try to see what the other side has to say. Just as in hearing a case of litigation, the mind is sometimes prejudiced in favor of A, and you are inclined to seek evidences against his opponent B, or vice versa. It is better to step aside and calmly and slowly study what both sides have to say. Only when you can step aside can you see things more clearly." The master Chong Sai, also called Chong Hung Chu, 1020-1077, said, "Wash away your old ideas to let new ideas come in. If you do not put aside your preconceived notions, where and how can you get new ideas?" The Neo-Confucians of the 11th century often stressed the importance of doubt in thinking. Chong Sai had said, "The student must first learn to be able to doubt. If he can find doubt where no doubt was found before, then he is making progress." As an experienced worker in textual and semantic researches, Chu Shi was able to develop a more practical and constructive methodology out of the idea of doubt. He realized that doubt did not arise of itself, but would come only when a situation of perplexity or difficulty was present. He said, "I used to tell students to think and to seek points of doubt. But I have come to understand that it is not fruitful to start out with the intention of finding things to doubt. Just study with an open mind. After working hard at a text, there will be places which block your path and cause you perplexity. That's where doubts naturally come up for you to compare, to weigh, to ponder over. The student, as it has been said, should learn to find doubt where no doubt had previously existed, but he should also learn to resolve the doubt after it has arisen. Then he is making real progress." Doubt would arise in a situation in which conflicting theories simultaneously claim credulity and acceptance. Chu Shi told of his early doubts when he found that the same passage in the Analects had been given widely different explanations by various commentators. "That," said he, "led me to doubt." How is doubt to be resolved? By keeping one's mind open, he said. You may have your own view, but it may not be the correct view. Do not hold it dogmatically. Put it aside for a while and search for more and more instances to be placed side by side so that they may be compared. Then you may see through and understand. In one of his letters to his friend and philosophical opponent, Lu Qiyuan, also called Lu Xiangshan, 1139 to 1193, he again used the example of the judge trying a case of litigation. Just like the judge trying a difficult case, one should keep his mind open and impartial, and must not let his own inclination or disinclination influence his thinking. He can then carefully listen to the pleading of both sides, seek evidences for cross-checking, and arrive at a correct judgment of right and wrong. What Chu Shi was saying amounts to a method of resolving doubt by first suggesting a hypothetical view, and then searching for more instances or evidences for comparison, and for checking the hypothesis, which may not be correct, and which Chu Shi sometimes described as a temporarily formed doubting thesis. Chui. In short, the method of doubt and resolution of doubt was the method of hypothesis and verification by evidence. Chu Shi told his students, "The trouble with you is that you are not capable of doubting. That's why you do not make progress. As for myself, I have my doubt even in the least significant matters. As soon as one begins to doubt, one has to go on thinking until the doubt is completely resolved." It was because of this inner urge to resolve doubts that Chu Shi often confessed that, from his younger years on, he was fond of making investigations based on evidences. Ko Chung. He was one of the most brilliant minds in human history, yet he was never tired of hard work and patient research. His great achievement lies in two directions. In the first place, he was never tired of preaching the importance of doubt in thinking and investigation, doubt in the sense of a tentatively formed doubting thesis, doubt not as an end in itself, but as a perplexity to be overcome, as a puzzling problem to be solved, as a challenge to be satisfactorily met. In the second place, he had the courage to apply this technique of doubt and resolution of doubt to the major classics of the Confucian canon, thereby opening up a new era of classical scholarship which did not attain its full development until many centuries after his death. He did not produce a commentary on the book of history, but he made epoch-making contributions to the study of that classic by his great courage to doubt the authenticity of its so-called ancient script, portion consisting of 25 books which were apparently unknown to the classical scholars of the Han Dynasty, but which seemed first to appear in the 4th century AD, and came to be accepted as an integral part of the book of history after the 7th century. The 28, actually 29, books that were officially recognized in the Doctors' College of the Han Empire had been transmitted orally through an old scholar, Fu, who survived the book burning of 213 BC, and had been transcribed in the modern script of the 2nd century BC. Chu Shi started out with a great doubt. There are two distinct languages in these books. Some of them are difficult to read and understand. Others can be read and understood quite easily. It is very strange that the books which were transmitted from memory by the old scholar Fu are all hard to read, whereas the other books, which made their appearance much later, should all turn out to be quite easy to understand. How can we explain the strange fact that the old scholar Fu could memorize only those most difficult texts, but could not transmit those that are so easy to read? In his Chu Tzu Yulei, classified sayings, he kept repeating this great doubt to every student who asked him about the book of history. All the books easy to understand are the ancient script texts. All those most difficult to read are the modern script texts. Chu Shi did not openly say that the former group of texts were later forgeries. He merely wanted to impress upon his students this most puzzling linguistic distinction. Sometimes he suggested a very mild explanation to the effect that those books most difficult to read probably represented the language actually spoken to the people in those public proclamations, whereas the books easy to read were the work of official historians, who probably did some revising or even rewriting. Naturally, such a mild theory did not explain away the doubt which, once raised, has persisted for many centuries to plague classical scholars. A century later, under the Mongol Yuan Dynasty, 1279 to 1368, Wu Xiecheng, 1247 to 1331, took up Chu Shi's challenge and drew the logical conclusion that the so-called ancient script books were not genuine parts of the book of history, but were forgeries of a much later age. So Wu Xiecheng, in writing a commentary on that classic, accepted only 28 modern script books and excluded the 25 ancient script books. In the 16th century, another scholar, Mei Tzu, also took up the question and published in 1543 a book to prove that the ancient script portion of the book of history was a forgery by a 4th century writer who apparently based his forgeries on the numerous passages found in ancient works wherein specific titles of lost books were mentioned as sources of the quotations. And Mei Tzu took the trouble to check the sources of those quotations which formed the kernel of the forged books. But it took another and greater scholar of the 17th century, Yan Jiu, 1636 to 1704, to put a finishing touch to the task of resolving the doubt raised by Chu Shi in the 12th century about the ancient script portion of the book of history. Yin devoted 30 years to the writing of a great book entitled Inquiry into the Authenticity of the Ancient Script Portion of the Book of History. With his wonderful memory and great learning, Yin proved these books to be deliberate forgeries by tracing almost every sentence in them to its source, and by showing how the forger had misquoted or misunderstood the meaning of the original passages. Altogether, Yin offered over 100 proofs to expose the forgery. Although his views were vehemently attacked by conservative scholars of his day, it is now considered that Yan Jiu's book has convincingly rendered a final verdict, and that nearly one-half of a major book of the Confucian canon, which had been accepted as sacred scripture for 1,000 years, must be recognized as a proven forgery. And for this intellectual revolution of no small magnitude credit must be given to our philosopher Chu Shi, who in the 12th century expressed a courageous doubt and proposed a meaningful question which he himself was not yet fully prepared to answer. Chu Shi's treatment of the I Ching, the Book of Changes, another of the sacred scriptures, was even more daring, so daring indeed that it was never accepted and developed during the last 7 centuries. He published a commentary on the I Ching and a little book entitled A Primer on the Study of the I Ching, and he left a number of letters and discussions on that classic. His most daring thesis about the I Ching was that that book, which had always been regarded as a sacred book of profound philosophical truth, was originally devised as a text of divination and fortune-telling, and could be understood only if it were studied as a book of divination, and no more than a book of divination. The sentences or judgments for every qua hexagram, of which there were 64, and every line, of which there were 384, were meant to be used as answers to people who wanted to know whether it was propitious to do such and such a thing or not. Some answers were for sacrifices, others for hunting, others for traveling, or for war, or immigration. If the sages had intended to talk about philosophy, Why should they not simply write a philosophy book? Why should they talk always in terms of fortune-telling? If the book is studied merely as a text for the diviner, then so many passages which have been wrongly explained as mysterious and profound wisdom immediately become quite plain, simple, and intelligible. This common-sense theory was the most courageous doubt ever uttered about that strange book. But it was rejected by his friends as an oversimplification. But Chushi replied, "It is just like this big lantern. Every strip of bamboo added to the lantern frame simply takes away that much of the light. If we could only get rid of all those light-covering devices, how much more light there would be, and how much better it would be for all of us." That was a truly revolutionary theory, which illustrates one of his great remarks, that the simplest theory is usually the true theory. But Chushi realized that his view of the I Ching gas nothing more than a text for divination was too radical for his time. He sadly said, "It is difficult to talk to people about this theory. They would not believe it. Many distinguished people have argued so vehemently against me, and I have spent so much energy to explain and analyze my view to them. As I now look back, it is better to say nothing more. I shall leave it here, regardless of whether people believe it or not. I shall waste no more strength arguing for it." Chushi was justly proud of his commentary in the Book of Odes, 1177, which was to remain a standard text for many centuries after him. Two features of this work have been fruitful in leading to future developments in research. One was his courageous discarding of the traditional interpretation as represented in the so-called prefaces to the poems, and his insistence that the songs and poems should be read with an open mind and independent judgment. The other feature was his recognition of the ancient pronunciation of the end rhymes, a recognition that was at least indirectly responsible for the future development of a more exact study of the entire field of ancient pronunciation, leading to the beginnings of a science of Chinese phonology. When the Book of Odes became a major classic of the Confucian canon under the Han Empire, there were 4 different schools of textual reading and interpretation. After the first 2 centuries of the Christian era, only one school, the Mao school, was in the ascendancy, overshadowing all the other schools. This Mao school claimed to have based its interpretation of the poems on the authority of the prefaces, which were supposedly handed down from Tsushiya, a great disciple of Confucius, but which were probably the work of some Han scholar who had taken the trouble to assign each poem to some historical occasion or event, or even to some historic personage as its author. Some of the historical assignments were taken from the Tso Chuan, one of the 3 commentaries of the Confucian Chun Si Chayu Annals, in which the origin of a few poems was specifically mentioned. This display of historical erudition was quite impressive, and probably accounted for the success of the Mao school in gradually winning general acceptance and official recognition. The prefaces to the poems, therefore, were regarded as having sacrosanct authority throughout more than a millennium before the time of Chu Shi. Chu Shi's senior contemporary, Chung Si Chao, 1104 to 1162, the learned author of the encyclopedic Tung Chi, published a little book with the title, An Examination of the Absurdities About the Book of Odes, in which he strongly attacked the prefaces as absurd interpretations by vulgar and ignorant persons, with no sense of literary and poetic appreciation. Chung Si-Chao's vehemence of language at first shocked our philosopher Chu Shi, but he confessed, after reading several of his criticisms and checking them with historical works, I soon came to the conclusion that the prefaces of those poems were really not reliable. When I went on to compare some other poems with their prefaces, I found the content and meaning of the poems did not tally at all with their prefaces. I was finally convinced that most of the prefaces were not trustworthy. Here was a good illustration of conflicting ideas leading to doubt, and also of an open mind being receptive to new ideas and successful in resolving the doubt by evidence. Chu Shi told how he had tried unsuccessfully to persuade his lifelong friend and philosophical comrade, Lu Tzuxian, 1137 to 1181, to reject the prefaces. He pointed out to Lu that only a few prefaces were confirmed by clear references in the Sochuan, but most of them were grounded on no evidences. But my friend said, "How can one expect to find so many documentary evidences?" I said, "In that case, we shall have to leave out all those prefaces not based on evidences. We cannot use the prefaces as evidences for the interpretation of the poems." "But," said my friend Lu, "the prefaces themselves are evidences." From our discussion, I realized that many people prefer to explain each poem by its preface, and refuse to seek understanding by reading the poem itself. In his courageous fight to overthrow the authority of the prefaces, and seek to understand the meaning of the poems by reading each poem with an open mind, Chu Shi was only partially successful, both in his own new commentary and in leading future workers to go farther in the same direction. The weight of tradition was still too great for Chu Shi himself and for future generations. But the great and creative doubt of Chung Si Chiao and Chu Shi will always be remembered whenever modern and unprejudiced scholarship undertakes to work on the Book of Odes with new tools and in an entirely free spirit. For the second new feature of Chu Shi's work on the Book of Odes, namely, the aspect of the ancient pronunciation of the rhymes, he was inspired and aided by the work of another learned contemporary of his, Wu Yu, who died in 1153 or 1154. Wu Yu was the real pioneer in the study of Chinese phonology in working out an inductive method of comparing rhymed lines in that ancient classic among themselves and with other ancient and medieval rhyme poetry. He wrote quite a few books, including a supplement on the rhymes of the Book of Odes, explaining the rhymes in the Chut's and a supplement to the Standard Rhyme Book, Yun Pu. Only the last named has survived to this day, through reprints. There is no doubt that Wu Yu had discovered that those many rhymes in the Book of Odes which did not seem to rhyme according to modern pronunciation were natural rhymes in ancient times, and were to be read according to their ancient pronunciation. He therefore carefully listed all the rhymes in the 300-odd poems of the Book of Odes and worked out their ancient pronunciation with the aid of ancient and medieval dictionaries and rhyme books. A preface written by Su Chan, a friend and distant relative of his, clearly described his patient method of collecting and comparing the vast number of instances. The word now pronounced fu appears 16 times in the Book of Odes, all, without exception, pronounced beck or biak, according to Bernard Carlgren. The word now pronounced u appears 11 times in the Book of Odes, all, without exception, rhyme with words ending I. This strict methodology impressed Chu Shi so much that he decided to accept Wu Yu's system of ancient pronunciation throughout his own commentary, probably with a view to the avoidance of unnecessary controversy. Chu Shi did not call it ancient pronunciation, but rhyming pronunciation, that is to say, a certain word should be pronounced in such a way as to rhyme with the other in rhymes, the pronunciation of which had apparently remained unchanged. But in his conversation with his students, he frankly said that he had followed Wu Yu in most cases, making additions or modifications in only a few instances, and that the rhyming pronunciations were the natural pronunciations of the ancient poets who, like us in modern times, composed their songs in natural rhymes. That is to say, the rhyming pronunciations were ancient pronunciations. When asked whether there was any ground for the rhyming pronunciation, Chu Shi answered, "Mr. Wu produced proofs for all his pronunciations. His books can be found in Chuanchou. For one word, he sometimes quoted as many as over 10 proofs, but at least 2 or 3 proofs. He said that he originally had even more evidences, but had to leave out many in order to reduce the cost of copying and printing. And in those cases in which Chu Shi found it necessary to differ with Wu, he also cited examples for comparison in his classified sayings, and in the Chutzu Chichu, an annotated edition of the Chutzu. But because Chu Shi used the expression, rhyming pronunciation, throughout his commentary on the Book of Odes without ever referring to the expression, ancient pronunciation, and because Wu Yu's books were long lost or inaccessible, a discussion was started early in the 16th century in the form of a severe criticism of Chu Shi's improper use of the expression, rhyming pronunciation. In 1580, Chao Hung, 1541–1620, a great scholar and philosopher, published in his Notes, Pai Cheng, a brief statement of a theory, probably his friend Chnti's 1541–1617 theory, that those in-rhymes in ancient songs and poems that did not fit into modern schemes of rhyming were all natural rhymes whose pronunciations happened to have changed in the course of time. He cited a number of instances to show that the words would rhyme perfectly if pronounced as the ancients sang them. It was Chao Hung's friend Chnt who undertook many years of patient research and published a series of books on the ancient pronunciation of hundreds of rhyming words in many ancient books of rhyme poetry. The first of these works was published in 1616 under the title Mao Shi Kuin Kao, an inquiry into the ancient pronunciation of the Book of Odes, with a preface by Chao Hung. In his own preface, Chnt proclaimed his main thesis that the in-rhymes in the Book of Odes were naturally rhymed in their original pronunciation, and that it was only the natural change of pronunciation which made some of them appear not to rhyme at all. What had been suggested by Chu Shi as rhyming pronunciations, said Chnt, were in most cases the ancient or original pronunciations. I have done some evidential investigation, Ko Chu, he said, and have grouped the evidences into 2 classes, internal evidences, Pencheng, and collateral evidences, Piangcheng. Internal evidences are taken from the Book of Odes itself. Collateral evidences are taken from other ancient rhymed works of approximately the same age. To show how the word fu was invariably rhymed in its original archaic pronunciation, Beck or Biuk, he listed 14 internal evidences and 10 collateral evidences, a total of 24. The same inductive method was applied to the study of ancient pronunciation in other rhymed literature of ancient China. To prove the ancient pronunciation of the word Xing, he cited 44 instances from the rhymed sections of the Book of Changes, all rhyming with words ending in ong. For the word Ming, he cited 17 evidences from the same book. Nearly half a century later, the patriot scholar Ku Yin-wu, 1613 to 1682, completed his In Su Wushu, 5 books of phonology. One of them was on the original pronunciation of the Book of Odes, another on the pronunciation of the Book of Changes, and another on the rhyming groups of the Tang period, which is an attempt to compare the ancient pronunciation with that of the Middle Ages. Ku acknowledged his indebtedness to CHNT and adopted his method in classifying his proofs into internal and collateral evidences. Let us again use the word fu as an example. In his original pronunciations of the Book of Odes, Ku Yin-wu cited 17 internal evidences and 15 collateral evidences, a total of 32. In his larger work on the rhyming groups of the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907, he listed a total of 162 evidences from available ancient rhymed literature to show how the word was rhymed and pronounced in ancient times. Such patient collecting and counting of instances was intended to serve a twofold purpose. In the first place, that was the only way to ascertain the ancient pronunciation of the words, and also to find possible exceptions which may challenge the rule and demand explanation. Ku Yin-wu acknowledged that some exceptions could be explained by the possibility of local and dialectal deviations in pronunciation. But the most valuable use of this vast statistical material was to form a basis for systematic reconstruction of the actual groupings of ancient sounds. On the basis of his study of the rhymed literature of ancient China, Ku Yin-wu concluded that ancient pronunciations could be analyzed into 10 general rhyming groups, Yun-Pu. Thus was begun the deductive and constructive part of Chinese phonetics, namely, the continuous attempts, first, to understand the ancient, finals, rhyming groups, and, in a later period, to understand the nature of the ancient initial consonants. Ku Yin-wu proposed 10 general rhyming groups in 1667. In the following century, a number of scholars continued to work on the same problem and by the same inductive and deductive methods of evidential research. Chang Yung, 1681 to 1762, suggested 13 rhyming groups. Tuan Utsai, 1735 to 1815, increased the number to 17. His teacher and friend, Tai Chen, 1724 to 1777, further increased it to 19. Wang Yansun, 1744 to 1832, and Chang Yukao, died in 1851, working independently, arrived at a more or less similar system of 21 rhyming groups. Chen Tai Hsin, 1728 to 1804, one of the most scientifically minded men of the 18th century, published in 1799 his Notes, which includes 2 papers on the results of his studies of ancient initial labials and dentals. These 2 papers are outstanding examples of the method of evidential investigation at its best. He collected over 60 groups of instances for the labials, and about the same number for the dentals. In the identifying of the ancient sound of the words in each group, each step was a skillful combination of induction and deduction, of generalization from particulars, and application of general rules to particular instances. The final outcome was the formulation of 2 general laws of phonological change regarding labials and dentals. It is important for us to remind ourselves that those Chinese scholars working in the field of Chinese phonetics were so greatly handicapped that they seemed almost from the outset to be doomed to failure. They were without the minimum aid of an alphabet for the Chinese language. They had no benefit of the comparative study of the various dialects, especially of the older dialects in southern, southeastern, and southwestern China. Nor had they any knowledge of such neighboring languages as Korean, Vietnamese, and Japanese. Without any of these useful tools, those Chinese scholars, seeking to understand the phonetic changes of their language, were actually faced with an almost impossible task. Their successes or failures, therefore, must be evaluated in the light of their numerous and important disadvantages. The only dependable tool of those great men was their strict method of patiently collecting, comparing, and classifying what they recognized as facts or evidences, and an equally strict method of applying formulated generalizations to test the particular instances within the classified groups. It was indeed very largely this meticulous application of a rigorous method that enabled Wu Yu and Chu Shi in the 12th century, Chnt and Ku Yinwu in the 17th century, and their successors in the 18th and 19th centuries, to carry on their systematic study of Chinese phonetic problems, and to develop it into something of a science, into a body of knowledge answering to the rigorous canons of evidence, exactitude, and logical systematization. I have sketched here what I have conceived as the story of the development of the scientific spirit and method in the Chinese thought of the past 8 centuries. It began in the 11th century with the ambitious ideal of extending human knowledge to the utmost by investigating the reason or law in all things of the universe. That grandiose ideal was by necessity narrowed down to the investigation of books, to the patient and courageous study of the few great books which form the sacred scripture of the Chinese classical tradition. History saw the gradual development of a new spirit and a new method based on doubt and the resolution of doubt. The spirit was the moral courage to doubt even on questions touching sacred matters, and the insistence on the importance of an open mind and impartial and dispassionate search for truth. The method was the method of evidential thinking and evidential investigation, Ko Chuan Ko Chung. I have cited some examples of this spirit and method at work, notably in the development of a higher criticism, in the form of investigations of the authenticity and dating of a part of the classical texts, and in the development of a scientific study of the problems of Chinese phonology. But, as a matter of history, this method was fruitfully and effectually applied to many other fields of historical and humanistic research, such as textual criticism, semantics, i.e., the study of the historical changes of the meaning of words, history, historical geography, and archaeology. The method of evidential investigation was made fully conscious by such men as Chnt and Ku Yinwu in the 17th century, who first used the expressions internal evidences and collateral evidences. The efficacy of the method was so clearly demonstrated in the scientific works of the two great masters of the 17th century, Ku Yinwu and Yin Zhou, that by the 18th and 19th centuries practically all first-class minds in intellectual China were attracted to it, and were devoting their lives to its application to all fields of classical and humanistic study. The result was a new age of revival of learning which has also been called the age of evidential investigation. Even the most violent critics of this new learning had to admit the scientific nature of its rigorous and effective method. One such violent critic was Fong Tung-shu, 1772 to 1851, who in 1826 published a book which was a vehement criticism and condemnation of the whole movement. Even Fawn had to pay high tribute to the rigorous method, as it was used by two of his contemporaries, Wang Niansun and his son, Wang Yinqi, 1766 to 1834. Fawn said, "As a linguistic approach to the classics, there is nothing that surpasses the Qing'ai Shuan. Notes on the classics, as I have heard from my father, of the Wangs of Kaoyu. That work could actually make the great Cheng Suan d. 200 and Chushi bow their heads in humble acknowledgment of their errors. Ever since the Han Dynasty, 206 B.C. A.D. 220, there has never been anything that could compare with it." Such a tribute from a violent critic of the whole movement is the best proof that the meticulous application of a scientific method of research is the most effective means to disarm opposition, to undermine authority and conservatism, and to win recognition and credence for the new scholarship. What was the historical significance of this spirit and method of exact and impartial inquiry? A brief but factual answer must be, it succeeded in replacing an age of subjective, idealistic, and moralizing philosophy from the 11th to the 16th century by making it seem outmoded, empty, unfruitful, and no longer attractive to the best minds of the age. It succeeded in creating a new age of revival of learning, 1600 to 1900, based on disciplined and dispassionate research. But it did not produce an age of natural science. The spirit of exact and impartial inquiry, as exemplified in Ku Yin Wu, Tai Chun, Chen Tai Sin, and Wang Niansun, did not lead to an age of Galileo, Vesalius, and Newton in China. Why? Why did this scientific spirit and method not result in producing natural science? Some time ago, I tried to offer a historical explanation by making a comparative chronology of the works of the intellectual leaders of China and of Europe in the 17th century. I said, if we make a comparative chronology of the leaders of Chinese and European learning during the 17th century, the formative period both for the new science in modern Europe and the new learning in China, we shall see that 4 years before Ku Yinwu was born, 1613, Galileo had invented his telescope and was using it to revolutionize the science of astronomy, and Kepler was publishing his revolutionary studies of Mars and his new laws of the movements of the planets. When Ku Yinwu worked on his philological studies and reconstructed the archaic pronunciations, Harvey had published his great work on the circulation of blood, 1628, and Galileo his 2 great works on astronomy and the new science, 1630. 11 years before Yin Zhou Chu began his critical study of the book of history, Torricelli had completed his great experiment on the pressure of air, 1644. Shortly after, Boyle announced the results of his experiments in chemistry, and formulated the law that bears his name, 1660 to 1661. The year before Ku Yinwu completed his epoch-making 5 books on philological studies, 1667, Newton had worked out his calculus and his analysis of white light. In 1680, Ku wrote his preface to the final texts of his philological works. In 1687, Newton published his Principia. The striking similarity in the scientific spirit and method of these great leaders of the age of new learning in their respective countries makes the fundamental difference between their fields of work all the more conspicuous. Galileo, Kepler, Boyle, Harvey, and Newton worked with the objects of nature, with stars, balls, inclining planes, telescopes, microscopes, prisms, chemicals, and numbers and astronomical tables. And their Chinese contemporaries worked with books, words, and documentary evidences. The latter created 300 years of scientific book learning. The former created a new science and a new world. That was a historical explanation, but was a little unfair to those great Chinese scholars of the 17th century. It was not enough to say, as I did, that the purely literary training of the intellectual class in China has tended to limit its activities to the field of books and documents. It should be pointed out that the books they worked on were books of tremendous importance to the moral, religious, and philosophical life of the entire nation. Those great men considered it their sacred duty to find out what each and every one of those ancient books actually meant. As Robert Browning sang of the grammarian, "What's in the scroll?" quoth he, "Thou keepest furled? Show me their shaping. There's who most studied man, the bard and sage, give." So he gowned him, straight got by heart that book to its last page. Let me know all, even to the crumbs I'd fain eat up the feast. What's time? Leave now for dogs and apes. Man has forever. Browning's tribute to the spirit of the humanist age was, "This man decided not to live but know." The same spirit was expressed by Confucius. "Study as if life were too short and you were on the point of missing it. He who learns the truth in the morning may die in the evening without regret." The same spirit was expressed by Chu Xi in his age. "There is no end to knowledge. I can only devote my whole energy to study. Death alone will end my toil." But Chu Xi went further. "My friends, you are not making progress, because you have not learned to doubt. As soon as you begin to doubt, you will never stop until your doubt is resolved at last." And his true successors, the founders and workers of the new age of revival of learning, were men who had learned to doubt with an open mind, and to seek ways and means to resolve the doubt, to dare to doubt even when they were dealing with the great books of the sacred canon. And precisely because they were all their lives dealing with the great books of the sacred canon, they were forced always to stand on solid ground. They had to learn to doubt with evidence and to resolve doubt with evidence. That, I think, is the historical explanation of the remarkable fact that those great men working with only books, words, and documents have actually succeeded in leaving to posterity a scientific tradition of dispassionate and disciplined inquiry, of rigorous evidential thinking and investigation, of boldness in doubt and hypotheses coupled with meticulous care in seeking verification, a great heritage of scientific spirit and method which makes us, sons and daughters of present-day China, feel not entirely at sea, but rather at home in the new age of modern science. An appeal for a systematic search in Japan for long-hidden Tang Dynasty source materials of the early history of Zen Buddhism. Sasumi Yamaguchi, edition, Buddhism and Culture. Kyoto, Nakano Press, 1960. Pages 15 to 23. What shall I offer to my honored friend and comrade Dr. Daisetsu Taro Suzuki on the happy occasion of his 90th birthday? My humble offering to him consists of an earnest appeal that he will devote his next decade to an active leadership in a grand search in Japan for the many valuable documents of the early history of Chinese Chan, Zen, Buddhism, documents which were recorded to have been brought to Japan in the 9th century by such great Japanese pilgrims as Saicho in 805, Ingyo in 839, Inan and Un in 847, and in Qin in 858. Knowing the great reverence of the Japanese nation for those pilgrims, and for the sacred scriptures they brought back from China, I am almost sure that these Tang Dynasty documents are still safely preserved in some of the great monasteries in the Nara-Kyoto area, although fully 1,000 years have passed since their arrival in Japan. It is high time now for the Japanese historians to organize a thorough and systematic search for those clearly recorded but long hidden first-hand source materials, which will surely throw much light on the true history of the origin and early development of the Chan Zen movement in the 8th century. And it is my warmest and sincerest birthday wish that Dr. Suzuki will lead this grand search, as he has done in the past decades in the discovery of 2 discourses of Shinhui, and of the 2 early texts of the Tanching of the 6th Patriarch. A careful examination of the catalogues of Buddhist texts and documents brought from the Tang Empire to Japan by those great pilgrims reveals that at least the following items were recorded to have come to Japan in the 9th century. 4a. In Ennen's 847 list. This lengthy title may be rendered as follows. The Dana Sutra of the Treasure of the Law, preached by Huining, the 6th Patriarch, the great master of Tsaoshi Hill, teaching the religion of sudden enlightenment through seeing one's own nature, that Buddhahood can be achieved by direct apprehension without the slightest doubt. This title seems to indicate that this text arriving so early in Japan may be even older and more primary than the Tuanhuang manuscript copy, which is included in the Taisho Tripitaka, number 2007 in volume 48, and which Dr. Suzuki edited and published in 1934. For B. In Enchin's lists of 854, 857, and 858. For C. Edited by Huisin, in Iko's inventory list of 1094. This text must be the same as the reprint of the 967 text of Huisin, which Dr. Suzuki edited in 1934 with his own and my comments. 5a. Sui Shang Xiecheng Fuxing Keo. The Song of Buddha Nature of the Supreme Vehicle, by the monk Chen Chao. In Ennen's 838 and 847 lists. 5b. Fuxing Keo. Song of Buddha Nature, by Chen Chao. In Ennen's 840 list. 5c. Tsaoshi Xichen Chi Chung Tao Keo. The Song of Enlightenment of the Chan Master of Tsaoshi, that is, Huining, cited by Chen Chao. In Ennen's 847 list. 5d. Lutsu Ho Shangquan Hsin Chie. The 6 Patriarchs' Gathas of Inward Examination, in Enchin's 854, 857, and 858 lists. 5e. Tao Xing Ko. The Song of the Nature of Tao, in Un's 2nd list. 5f. Qian Tao Xing Ko. The Song of Seeing the Nature of the Tao, in Enchin's 854 list. I have only listed those Tang documents, which my own meager historical knowledge led me to recognize as important source materials for the early history of the Chan movement. It is quite possible and probable that a patient and thorough search of the great monasteries will yield results far exceeding the wildest expectations of any one of us. But these few items should be enough to inspire Dr. Suzuki and his younger friends to start the grand search. For over 30 years, Dr. Suzuki and I have been working in the same field of discovering and editing original materials related to the early history of Zen Buddhism. I published in 1934 texts of Shinhui which I had found in 1926 in the Pelliot and Stein collections of Tuanhuang manuscripts. In 1932, Mr. Mitsuo Ishii published his Tuanhuang copy of Shenhui's Discourses, with Dr. Suzuki's explanations in which he referred to my edition of Shenhui. In 1934, Dr. Suzuki collated the Ishii text with my text of Shenhui's Discourses, and published it in a new edition under the title Houzai Shenhui Xianqiyu Lu. In 1936, Dr. Suzuki published his Shaoxi Aishu, consisting of several Zen documents he had found in 1934 among the Tuanhuang manuscripts at the National Library of Peiping. These included a lengthy document with an incomplete title, which Dr. Suzuki correctly guessed as preaching ideas resembling those of Shenhui or of the school of Huineng. In 1957, I took the photostat copies which Dr. Suzuki and his student Mr. Richard de Martino had made of two newly discovered Shenhui documents in the Pelia collection, and I edited and published them in 1958 under the title Two Newly Edited Texts of the Chan Master Shenhui from the Pelia Collection of Tuanhuang Manuscripts. Bulletin of the Institute of History and Philology. Academia Sinica, Volume 29, pages 827 to 882. One of the two texts is a better copy of what Dr. Suzuki had suspected to be of Shenhui's teaching. It bears the complete title of The Sermon of the Monk of Nanyang on the Doctrine of Sudden Enlightenment, of the Chan of Emancipation and Direct Apprehension of One's Own Nature, which established it as undoubtedly a work of Shenhui, who lived and taught in Nanyang more than 10 years, and was known as the Monk of Nanyang. In all these, Dr. Suzuki and I have been working on the manuscript copies that have come out of a cave library of Tuanhuang. What a great pleasure it would be if we could collate these with the Tang manuscripts of Shenhui which had been brought to Japan by Enjio, Enin, and Enchin in the 9th century, and which were apparently still extant in 1094. The Tuanhuang copy of the Tanqing of the Sixth Patriarch was first photographed in London by Professor Yabuki in 1926. In 1927, Dr. Yabuki sent me a complete miniature copy of it. It was published by Yabuki in his Mingsha Yuyun, and is now included in the Taisho Tripitaka. But it was Dr. Suzuki who first gave it to the world in a collated, punctuated, and paragraphed edition in 1934. In 1933, there appeared the photographical reproduction of a Japanese reprint, the Kishoji copy, of the 1153 Chinese edition of the Tanqing, which was based on a manuscript copy punctuated and read in 1031, for the 16th time, by the scholar-statesman Chao Chiung. That Chao Chiung copy had a colophon by the monk Huizhin, who in 967 had edited an earlier manuscript and rearranged it into Tuchuan and 11 sections. Dr. Suzuki edited this text and published a punctuated and paragraphed edition in 1934. This text seems to be the same as the Huizhin text in Tuchuan, recorded by Aiko in his inventory catalogue of 1094. In 1935, Dr. Suzuki found in the Daijoji of Kaga a manuscript copy of the Tanqing, the handwriting of the monk Pilgrim Dogen, who was in China from 1223 to 1227. This copy was based on a Chinese printed edition of 1116. It is also in Tuchuan and 11 sections. It was Dr. Suzuki who again edited this Taoyuan text and published it in a punctuated and paragraphed edition with a very useful index. The original 1116 text of the Dogen manuscript is apparently also based on the Huizhin text of 967, but it already shows the influence of such works as the Palinchuan or transmission of the lamp. For instance, the names of the Indian patriarchs after Bhikshu Simha and before Bodhidharma in the Dogon text are different from those in the Tuanhuang copy and the Huichsian text, but are the same as those in Chapter 2 of the Transmission of the Lamp. In all these three oldest texts of the Tanqing, Tuanhuang manuscript, the names of Xingsu and Huijiang, the two disciples of Huining, from whom all the great schools of Zen are supposed to have descended, were never mentioned among the 10 disciples of the 6th patriarch. But, in all these three versions, there was a deathbed prophecy by Huining to the effect that, some 20 years after his death, when false doctrines would cast doubt upon his teaching, there would rise up one man who would, at the risk of his own life, fight to determine the truth and falsehood of the religion of the Buddha and to establish the true teaching. That was an unmistakable reference to Xinhui's courageous challenge to the powerful national teachers of the Lanka school and his 30-year struggle for the establishment of the Southern school, beginning in the 20th year of Kaiyuan, 732, which was the 20th year after the death of Huineng. That prophecy seems to indicate that the original text of the Tanqing was probably composed by Xinhui's followers or associates. It is interesting to note that that prophecy has been omitted in all such later versions as that of 1291 by Tsungpao, which is included in the Taisho Tripitaka, number 2008. What was the original text of the Tanqing like? That is a question which no one can now answer with any degree of satisfaction. My own guess would be that the original core of the Tanqing probably consisted of two principal parts. Part 1 was a fictionized autobiography of Huineng, somewhat like sections 2 to 11 of Dr. Suzuki's edition of the Tuanhuang copy, and Part 2 was made up of a number of topical sermons and dialogues attributed to Huineng, but mostly lifted from Xinhui's discourses, somewhat like sections 12 to 31 and 34 to 37, which often bear striking resemblance to parts of the three major works of Xinhui, edited and published by Dr. Suzuki and myself. Let me point out one peculiar feature in the Tuanhuang manuscript, which has often been overlooked by the casual reader. I refer to the fact that in this oldest extant version, the famous Gatha of Huining about body in the mirror was in two verse forms. In the Shixia, translation 1071 of the Tanqing, this Gatha was also in two verse forms. Journal of the National Peiping Library, Volume 4, Number 3, pages 228 to 229. A careful examination of these two verses will reveal that our unknown author of this fictionized autobiography of Huining was evidently experimenting with his verse writing, and was not sure which verse was better. So both versions were tentatively kept. Posterity has preferred his first version with slight revisions, and rejected the second. To me, this amateurish experimentation with verse-making is a clear evidence that that part of the fictionized autobiography was undoubtedly the true original form of the Tanqing. For a diametrically opposite opinion, see Professor Yui on the Tanqing in his Study of the Tanqing, pages 1 to 172 of Volume 2 of his Essays on History of the Zen School. At any rate, it would be a most wonderful event in Buddhist historiography if our Japanese friends could someday recover one or all of the earliest texts of the Tanqing that had been brought to Japan by Ennin in 847 and by Enchin in 858. We shall then be in a better position to see what its original form was like. I need not say much about the Chungtaokeo, which was usually attributed to Huining's disciple Suanchao, called Young Chiatashi, Yoka Daisher in Japanese, who is supposed to have died in 712 or 713. 30 years ago, on the basis of a Tuanhuang manuscript copy in the Pelia collection, I pointed out that its author was mentioned therein as Chao Chao Tashi. I also pointed out that a monk who died in 713 could not have sung about the 28 patriarchs and the 6 patriarchs, as the author did in the 37th verse of the Song of Enlightenment. The myth of the 28 patriarchs had not been invented until many decades later. It is interesting to note that, in the catalogues of the Japanese pilgrims of the 9th century, this song was apparently attributed, not to Suanchao, but to a Chinchao, and sometimes even to Huining himself. Lastly, I wish to say a few words on the importance of a possible recovery in Japan of the Tinchuan sets of Paolinchuanan, the 15 biographical documents on Bodhidharma, and the Chinese patriarchs. A study of the 2 detailed lists of the 15 biographical documents on the 7 patriarchs in Enchin's catalogues have convinced me that practically all those so-called biographies were incorporated into books 8, 9, and 10 of the Paolinchuan. A few of the texts of biographical monuments, such as those about Bodhidharma by the Emperor Wu, 502 to 549, of the Liang Dynasty and his heir apparent, were clumsy and worthless forgeries. But a number of other biographical texts are of great historical interest and significance. Let me cite a most interesting example. Book 8 of the recovered text of the Paolinchuan contains a biographical monument to the 3rd patriarch, Sung Tiesin, written by the wartime statesman Fan Quan, who died in 763. In this text I find these sentences. From Mahakassapa to our master Tiesin, there were 7 patriarchs in the West, and 3 in China. He has been called the 3rd patriarch to this day. And this in rhyme verse. From Mahakassapa to our master, there were 10 saintly ones. These sentences cannot be understood without reference to Shenhui's bold, but unhistorical assertion that there were only 8 Indian patriarchs from Mahakassapa to Bodhidharma inclusive. See my Surviving Works of the Monk Shenhui, pages 178 to 179, and my 2 newly edited texts of the Chan Master Shenhui, page 849. Shenhui came to know the future prime minister in the years 745 to 746, and the monument to the 3rd patriarch was erected in 746. There was no doubt that Fan Quan wrote the text of the monument at the request of the fighting monk Shenhui, and therefore it incorporated Shenhui's unhistorical theory of 7 patriarchs in the West, not counting Bodhidharma, who came to China, a theory which is unintelligible to the Chinese and Japanese readers, who have for nearly 1,000 years accepted the equally unhistorical tradition of 28 Indian patriarchs. I cite this instance to show how rich a store of historical materials a complete set of the Paolinchuan may reveal to us historians. I am fairly certain that books 9 and 10 of the Paolinchuan will contain the biographical documents of Tao Hsin and Hung Jin, which were produced in the 8th century by, or at the request of, both the northern and the southern schools. And I am more interested in the recovery of the biographical materials about Huining, which should include some form of the prototype of the Tanqing, or of the so-called Another Life Story of the Master of Tsaoshi, of which a copy was brought to Japan by Seicho in 804. there were two texts of the biographical monuments to Huineng. The one written about 753 or 754 by the great poet Wang Wei is preserved to this day intact. But there was an earlier monument to Huineng actually erected by Shenhui in several centers of his own activity before his exile in 753. The text of this earlier monument was written by Sung Ting, Deputy Minister of War. Stone rubbings of this Sung Ting text were recorded by Ouyang Su, 1007 to 1072, and Chao Mingxiecheng, 1081 to 1129, in their records of bronze and stone inscriptions. But both the stone and the rubbings have long been lost in China. It is my devout wish that this biographical text written by Sung Ting, surely at the request of Shenhui, and surely containing information supplied by him, may yet be found in Japan either as a part of the Paolinchuan, or as a separate item included in the 15 biographical documents twice enumerated in Inchin's catalogues. It is in the interest of history, and in the interest of truth, that I make this most earnest appeal to Dr. Suzuki to lead this great search for the historical treasures so long hidden in the great monasteries of Japan. May he live long to witness and share the rapture and rejoicing in the success of the search. Social Changes in Science. Free China Review. March, 1962. Volume 12. Number 3. Pages 39 to 41. What are the social changes necessary for the growth of science in our countries in the Far East? I am sure that our honored visitors, who have been working for the promotion of science education in many Asian lands, are far better qualified than I to speak on this big and important subject, and to open up fruitful discussions at the conference. I suspect that I am invited to speak today because our friends in charge of the arrangements for the conference probably had a wicked design on me and on you. They probably wanted me to play of the Advocatus Diaboli at the opening of your conference, to say some unpleasant things for you to tear to pieces during your quiet deliberations. So here I am, appearing before you in the capacity of an advocate of the devil, to say a few naughty and unpleasant things for you to tear to pieces. I would like to present a few propositions, all of which are in the realm of intellectual and educational change, which I believe to be fundamental in all social changes. I believe that, in order to pave the way for the growth of science, in order to prepare ourselves to receive and welcome the modern civilization of science and technology, we Orientals may have to undergo some kind of intellectual change or revolution. This intellectual revolution has two aspects. Negatively, we should get rid of our deep-rooted prejudice that, while the West has undoubtedly excelled in its material and materialistic civilization, we Orientals can take pride in our superior spiritual civilization. We may have to get rid of this unjustifiable pride and learn to admit that there is very little spirituality in the civilization of the East. And positively, we should learn to understand and appreciate that science and technology are not materialistic, but are highly idealistic and spiritual values. Indeed, they represent a true idealism and spirituality sadly underdeveloped in our Oriental civilizations. First, I submit that there is not much spirituality in our older civilizations of the East. What spirituality is there in a civilization which tolerated so cruel and inhuman an institution as foot binding for women for over 1,000 years? Or in a civilization which tolerated the caste system for many thousands of years? What spiritual values are there in a civilization which considers life as painful and not worth living, and which glorifies poverty and mendicancy, and sanctifies disease as an act of the gods. Indeed, what spirituality is there in an old beggar woman who dies in dire destitution, but who dies still mumbling Namo Amidba, dying in the hope that her soul may go to that blissful paradise presided over by the Amida Buddha? It is high time that we Orientals begin to confess that there is little or no spirituality in such old civilizations which belong to an age when man had reached physical senility and mental sluggishness and felt himself impotent to cope with the forces of nature. Indeed, a full realization of the total absence of spirituality and even of vitality in such old civilizations seems to be a necessary intellectual preparation for a full understanding of the modern civilization of science and technology, which glorifies life and utilizes human intelligence for betterment of the conditions of life. Second, it is equally important and necessary for us of the Orient to acknowledge freely that this new civilization of science and technology is not something forced upon us, nor something to be despised or reluctantly tolerated as the material civilization of the materialistic peoples of the West, but something which we must learn to love and respect as the truly great spiritual achievement of man. For modern science is the cumulative achievement of that which is the most spiritual and indeed most divine in man, namely, the creative intelligence of man, which seeks to know, to find, to wring from nature her little secrets by means of rigid methods of research and experimentation. Truth is never easily found, and never reveals itself to insolent souls who approach nature with unaided hands and untrained sense organs. The history of science and the lives of the great scientists are most inspiring documents to enable us fully to understand the spiritual nature of the men of science, the patience, the perseverance, the selfless search for truth, the disheartening failures, and the truly spiritual joy and raptures at moments of successful discovery and verification. In the same sense, even technology is not to be viewed as merely application of scientific knowledge to the making of tools and machines. Every tool of civilization is a product of the intelligence of man making use of matter and energy for the embodiment of an idea or a vast combination of ideas or concepts. Man has been defined as Homo faber, as a tool-making animal, and it is tool-making that constitutes civilization. Indeed, tool-making was so highly regarded by men that many a great invention, such as fire, was attributed to some of the greatest gods. Confucius was reported to have made the wise observation that all implements of civilization are spiritual in origin. They all came from ideas, xiang. When conceived, they are called ideas. When materially embodied, they are called implements. When instituted for general use, they are called models or patterns. When wrought into the everyday life of all the people marvel them and call them the work of the gods. So it is not unbecoming for us Orientals to regard science and technology as highly spiritual achievements of men. In short, I propose that we of the East, on the threshold of new civilization of science and technology, would do well to acquire for ourselves some such intellectual preparation for its proper reception and appreciation. In short, we in the Orient would do well to acquire a philosophy of the scientific and technological civilization. Some 35 years ago, I proposed to reconsider and redefine the much misused and very confusing phrases spiritual civilization, material civilization, and materialistic civilization. The term material civilization ought to have a purely neutral meaning, for all tools of civilization are material embodiments of ideas, and a stone axe or a clay idol is no less material than huge modern ocean liner or a jet-propelled airplane. An Oriental poet or philosopher sailing on a primitive sampan boat has no right to laugh at or belittle the material civilization of the men flying over his head in a modern jet airliner. But I propose that the term materialistic civilization, which has often been applied to stigmatize the scientific and technological civilization of the modern Western world, seems to me to be a more appropriate word for the characterization of those backward civilizations of the older world. For to me that civilization is materialistic, which is limited and weighed down by its material environment and incapable of transcending it, which fails to make full use of human intelligence for the conquest of nature and for the improvement of the conditions of man. In short, I would consider a civilization abjectly materialistic, which feels itself powerless against its material environment and conquered by it. On the other hand, I propose to regard the modern civilization of science and technology as highly idealistic and spiritual. This is what I said some 35 years ago. That civilization which makes the fullest possible use of human ingenuity and intelligence in search of truth in order to control nature and transform matter for the service of mankind, to relieve the human body from unnecessary hardship and suffering, to multiply man's power by 1,000 times and 100,000 times, to liberate the human spirit from ignorance, superstition, and slavery to the force of nature, and to reform and remake human institutions for the greatest good of the greatest number. Such a civilization is highly idealistic and truly spiritual. That was my enthusiastic eulogy of the modern civilization of science and technology, first spoken and written in Chinese in 1925 and 1926, later spoken many times in Britain and the United States in 1926 and 1927, and later published in English in 1928 as a chapter in a symposium entitled Whither Mankind, edited by Professor Charles A. Beard. It was no blind condemnation of the older civilizations of the East, nor blind worship of the modern civilization of the West. It was a considered opinion of a young student of the history of thought and civilization. As I now look back, I still stand by what I said some 35 years ago. I still think it a fairly just appraisal of the civilizations of the East and the West. I still believe that such a reappraisal of the older civilizations of the East and of the modern civilization of science and technology is an intellectual revolution necessary to prepare us Orientals for a sincere and wholehearted reception of modern science. Without some such heart-searching reappraisals and reevaluations, without some such intellectual convictions, there may be only half-hearted acceptance of science and technology as an unavoidable nuisance, as a necessary evil, at best as something of utilitarian value but of no intrinsic worth. Without acquiring some such a philosophy of the scientific and technological civilization, I am afraid, science will not take deep root in our midst, and we of the Orient will never feel quite at home in this new world.